Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. These are real, documented experiences, carefully curated and adapted to keep the facts clear and the atmosphere calm enough for sleep. Please like and subscribe and tap the bell to catch each new episode. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then a clean run to the end. Quiet documentary true narration with a literary edge for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I bought the mirror because it made the hallway look wider. That's what I told myself when I handed over the cash in a stranger's driveway on a gray Saturday morning. I'm a home decorator by trade, and I've built a reputation on small transformations. Light, space, clean lines. The mirror was tall, beveled, and old enough to have real weight to it. The frame was dark walnut, carved but not fussy. It leaned against the cellar's garage wall, reflecting oil stains in a stack of plastic bins. It didn't reflect me at first. I remember stepping into view, expecting that familiar double of myself, and seeing only the garage interior behind me. Then I shifted and there I was. I blamed the angle. Old glass has quirks. I've worked with enough antiques to know that. I strapped it carefully into my SUV and drove home through a thin, steady rain. By noon, it was mounted at the end of my hallway, opposite the front door, where natural light would hit it in the afternoon. The first time I saw the figure, it was evening. I was walking past the hallway on my way to the kitchen when something in the reflection made me stop. The mirror showed the length of the hall behind me, the framed prints, the narrow table with the ceramic bowl for keys, and a shape. It stood at the very back of the reflected hallway, where my linen closet should have been. It was darker than the shadows around it, like a smudge on the inside of the glass. Human height, narrow shoulders, no features. I turned around immediately. The real hallway was empty. When I faced the mirror again, the shape was gone, just my own reflection, pale from the overhead lights. I told myself it was a trick of contrast, the kind of visual echo you get when your eyes adjust from one brightness to another. I had been staring at my laptop before walking out. Screens do that to you. The second time I was ready. It was mid-morning, bright and clear. Sunlight poured through the front windows and hit the mirror at an angle, throwing light across the opposite wall. I was vacuuming when I noticed it again. This time the figure stood farther forward in the reflection, halfway down the hall. Not in my actual hallway, in the mirror's version. I switched off the vacuum and stood very still. The house hummed with the refrigerator and the distant tick of the thermostat. The figure did not move. It had no face, no hands I could see, just a density in the air, shaped like a person. I stepped to the side. My reflection stepped with me. The figure did not. It remained centered in the reflected hallway, as if it occupied a space independent of mine. I walked toward the mirror slowly, watching. With each step I took in reality, the reflected figure appeared closer to the front of the glass, not because it was moving in sync with me, but because it was already positioned nearer than before. When I was 2 feet away, it stood just behind my reflected shoulder. I spun around. Empty hall, closed doors, silence. When I looked back, it was gone again. I didn't tell anyone. I work alone most days and I'm used to trusting my eye, but I also know stress can distort things. I'd just finished a long renovation project. Lack of sleep does strange things to perception. Over the next week, it happened every day, always in the mirror, always at different times. Morning light, late afternoon, once at night when the hallway was lit only by a single lamp. And every day the figure stood closer to the glass. By Thursday, it was no longer at the far end of the reflected hall. It stood directly behind my reflected body, as though breathing down my neck. I tested the mirror itself. I took it down from the wall and leaned it against different surfaces. Living room, bedroom, even propped in the garage with the door open so it reflected the driveway and the street beyond. The figure adjusted to whatever the mirror showed. If the mirror reflected the living room, the figure stood at the back of that reflected space. If it reflected the open garage, It stood near the edge of the driveway in the glass, though my real driveway was empty. It never appeared outside the mirror. I inspected the glass for double panes, hidden projectors, anything that could create an illusion. The backing was sealed with thick paper, browned with age and held in place by tiny nails along the frame. It looked undisturbed. On Friday evening, the power flickered during a windstorm. The house went dark for a few seconds before the lights returned. I was standing in the hallway when it happened, facing the mirror. In the brief blackout, the figure was all I could see. Not the hall, not myself, just that darker shape filling the glass from edge to edge. When the lights snapped back on, it was inches from the surface. So close that I had the clear, nauseating sense it was pressed against the inside of the mirror. As if testing the barrier, I stumbled back. My shoulder hit the wall. The figure's outline sharpened. I could make out the slope of a head, the curve of arms hanging too straight at its sides. Then it lifted one arm, slowly, not toward me, but toward the inner surface of the glass. Its hand flattened against it from the inside. I didn't think. I grabbed a small console table from the hall and swung it. The first strike cracked the glass in a spiderweb pattern. The second shattered it completely. The sound was violent and final. Shards rained across the hardwood. The carved walnut frame split at one corner and fell forward. I stood there breathing hard, surrounded by broken glass. There was no figure behind where the mirror had hung. The wall looked wrong. The drywall was uneven, patched in a rough rectangle slightly smaller than the frame. I hadn't noticed it before. I crouched and brushed away glass from the baseboard. The impact had dislodged part of the patch. A seam showed along one edge. I fetched a pry bar from the garage. The drywall gave way with little resistance, crumbling inward. Behind it was a shallow cavity between the studs, about 3 feet tall and a foot wide. Inside sat a bundle wrapped in yellowed cloth. I pulled it out carefully. The fabric disintegrated at the corners, revealing a stack of letters tied with twine. The envelopes were addressed to a woman whose name I didn't recognize. The return address was my own street, but decades old. Most of the letters were from a man. The dates spanned a single summer in the late 70s. The handwriting grew more frantic as the weeks passed. He wrote about arguments, about her threatening to leave, about how she had stepped into the mirror during a fight and vanished where he couldn't follow. The last letter wasn't addressed. It looked more like a confession never sent. He wrote that no one believed him, that he had told the police she disappeared during the night, that he had sealed the mirror away because he could still see her sometimes, standing at the far end of the hallway, looking at him with an expression he couldn't describe. The police report clipping folded inside confirmed her disappearance. Nobody found. Case unresolved. I sat on the floor with broken glass glittering around me, the letters trembling in my hands. The mirror hadn't shown me a random shape. It had shown me someone standing at the back of a reflected hallway, moving closer each day, as if approaching the only surface left between two sides. I removed the rest of the drywall and left the cavity open until I could have it properly repaired. I called the non-emergency police line and reported what I found. An officer came, took the letters, and told me someone would follow up about the old case. The broken mirror went out with the trash. I didn't try to salvage the frame. The hallway looks narrower now without it. Darker. Sometimes when I walk past the spot where it used to hang, I feel a strange resistance in the air, like static before a storm. I've replaced it with a framed print, something abstract and harmless. It reflects nothing, but in certain light, especially late afternoon when the sun hits the glass just right, I catch a depth in it that shouldn't be there, a suggestion of a corridor beyond the paper, a darker vertical shape near the center. It never moves, it just stands there, as if waiting for the glass to return. I noticed the shoes because the light was thinning and my headlamp hadn't come on yet, and they didn't belong in the middle of that trail. I'd started up the western ridge in late afternoon, planning to cut across the old fire road and loop back before full dark. I've been hiking for years, long enough to know how the mountains settle at dusk. The wind drops first, then the birds, then everything feels held in a shallow breath. That evening was clear and dry, the kind of cold that creeps in once the sun slides behind the granite. I remember thinking I should have turned back sooner. The first pair of shoes sat side by side in the dirt, toes pointed toward the summit. They were small, maybe a kid's size, gray with pink laces, no scuff marks around them, no drag lines, just placed there carefully, as if someone had stepped out of them and vanished straight up. I stopped a few paces away and scanned the trees. The trail cut through tight pines on both sides. The ground beyond the path dipped into brush and shadow. No tents, no voices, no movement. 10 feet farther up were another pair. Larger men's trail runners, blue neatly aligned. Then another pair beyond that, and another, each set spaced a few strides apart, sorted by size like someone had laid out a display from smallest to largest along the spine of the mountain. I crouched beside one pair and pressed my fingers into the dirt. It was undisturbed except for my own boot prints. The shoes hadn't been tossed, they'd been set down. The air felt different then. Not colder, tighter. I straightened and listened. The quiet wasn't empty. It was watchful. I've spent enough nights outdoors to know the difference between absence and attention. When animals freeze because something bigger is near, the forest seems to draw inward. That was the feeling settling around me. I told myself there was a normal explanation. A group hike gone strange. Some art project. A prank. I'd seen weirder things on trails. Abandoned mannequins. A piano once hauled halfway up a switchback. People carry odd impulses into the woods, but this arrangement was deliberate, ordered. I kept walking. The shoes continued for another stretch, each pair facing uphill. No socks, no footprints leading off the trail, just my own boots compressing the dust between them. The light drained fast once I reached the bend where the trees thinned. I clicked on my headlamp. The beam tunneled through the dark, flattening everything outside its circle. The last pair of shoes was the largest yet, heavy work boots placed squarely in the center of the path. Beyond them, the trail was empty. I stood there longer than I want to admit, sweeping my light back down the line of shoes. They looked staged, like a path of molted skins. The wind shifted behind me, brushing the treetops with a low hiss. That's when I saw the backpack. It sat just off the right side of the trail, half hidden under a crooked pine. Black fabric, worn at the seams. One strap twisted beneath it as if it had been dropped in a hurry. I felt a flicker of recognition before I let myself think about it. I stepped off the trail and nudged it with my boot. The pack tipped slightly and a familiar scrape of metal sounded from inside. I crouched and turned it over. The front pocket had a tear near the zipper. A small, jagged rip shaped like a crescent. I knew that rip. I'd made it years ago, snagging the bag on a barbed wire fence near a different trailhead, miles from here. I'd retired the pack after that trip. Couldn't remember what I'd done with it. Donated it maybe. Left it in a garage. My hands felt clumsy as I unzipped the main compartment. The smell that drifted out was stale, like fabric shut away too long. Inside were a few old items I hadn't thought about in years. A dented metal water bottle with a faded sticker from a national park I'd visited once. A rolled-up map creased along familiar folds. A cheap emergency poncho still in its plastic sleeve. And a wallet. It lay at the bottom. Dark leather cracked at the edges. My pulse thudded in my ears. I picked it up and opened it. My driver's license stared back at me in the headlamp's glare. My face from a decade ago. Thinner, less lined. My name, my address, the same address I still lived at. For a moment, I thought I was misremembering. Maybe I'd carried this pack more recently than I believed. Maybe I'd somehow lost it on this very trail. But I hadn't hiked this mountain in years. Not since before I moved apartments. Not since before I changed jobs. And I would have remembered losing my wallet with my ID inside. I would have canceled cards, replaced everything. I checked the card slots. They were empty except for the license and an expired debit card with my name embossed across it. The forest pressed in around the beam of my light. Someone had placed this here. Recently, the fabric wasn't rotted. The contents were intact. The zipper moved smoothly under my fingers. I stood slowly and turned in a slow circle, sweeping the headlamp across the trees. The light caught bark, low branches, the pale flicker of lichen. Nothing moved, but I felt it then, clear and certain. Not just a general sense of being in the wild, a direction, a focus, from the trail line to my left. I angled the beam toward it and held it steady. The underbrush there was thicker, a tangle of young saplings and fallen limbs. The light only reached a few yards in before dissolving into black. I waited. The longer I stood there, the more the silence sharpened. My breathing sounded too loud. My jacket rasped faintly when I shifted my shoulders. I imagined someone standing just beyond the reach of the light, still as a trunk, watching me hold my own forgotten past in my hands. My mind ran through possibilities. A stalker who'd taken something from me years ago. Someone who'd followed my routines long enough to know I'd come back to this trail. But that didn't make sense. I hiked dozens of places. I hadn't posted about this one. I hadn't told anyone. The shoes on the path formed a line behind me, leading straight to where I stood, small to large, ending with mine. A thought slid into place, cold and unwelcome. What if they weren't sorted by random size? What if they were arranged in growth? I pictured the first pair again, child-sized, then gradually larger, each set aging upward, as if marking a life moving forward. My life. The forest creaked softly. A branch shifted somewhere deep to the left. Not wind. A measured sound, controlled. I snapped the beam toward it. Nothing. I backed toward the trail without taking my eyes off the trees. My heel struck the nearest pair of shoes and sent them toppling sideways. The sound was louder than it should have been. I felt exposed, lit up in my own narrow cone, while everything beyond it remained hidden. The backpack hung from one hand, heavier now, like it was anchored to the ground by something unseen. The branch moved again, closer. My thoughts fractured. I wasn't thinking about art projects or pranks anymore. I was thinking about how long someone would have to watch me to gather pieces of my life like this. How they would know what I'd lost, where I'd been, what I carried. A long-term gaze, patient, methodical. I took another step back. The beam trembled across the brush. A shape shifted between the trees. Not fully seen, just a darker density against dark. It stopped when the light hit it. We stayed like that, frozen. Then it leaned slightly to one side, as if trying to see around the glare. My chest tightened. I couldn't make out a face, just the impression of height, of someone standing upright among the trunks. I dropped the backpack. I turned and ran. The shoes blurred beneath my boots as I tore down the trail, kicking pairs aside, stumbling once, and catching myself on my hands. I didn't look back. The headlamp beam bounced wildly, slicing across dirt and roots. I expected to hear pursuit, footsteps, branches snapping. There was nothing, only my own breath and the slap of my boots against packed earth. I didn't stop until the trail headlights came into view through the trees. My truck sat alone in the gravel lot. No other cars, no silhouettes. I didn't slow down until I was inside with the doors locked. I drove home shaking, checking the rearview mirror too often, half expecting to see another set of headlights pacing me. I told myself I'd imagine the shape in the trees. That fear had filled in the blanks. But when I reached into my pocket at a red light, my wallet wasn't there. My current one. It was gone. I keep thinking about those shoes lined up in the fading light, about the backpack waiting just off the trail, about the space in the trees where something stood without stepping forward. I haven't gone back to that mountain. I haven't replaced the missing wallet yet. Some part of me is afraid that if I do, I'll find it placed carefully on the path, pointing uphill, exactly where the next pair should be. I saw her under the streetlight before I understood what I was looking at. It was just past 10, the kind of central Texas night that holds onto the day's heat and presses it against your skin. I had my driver's side window cracked, rolling slow through a side street off Lamar, scanning porches and parked cars the way I always do. Observing is what I'm good at. I notice what other people miss. Burned out bulbs, a mailbox hanging crooked, a sedan idling too long. That's why I know I didn't imagine it. The streetlight hummed above them, throwing a pale cone over the sidewalk. She was half in shadow, half in that yellow glare. Two men had her by the arms. At first glance, it looked like a drunk friend situation. She stumbled, and one of them caught her under the shoulder. But then I saw the angle of her wrist bent wrong, twisted inward as she tried to pull away. Her mouth was open. I couldn't hear words through the glass, and the low music on my radio. But I saw her teeth. I saw the strain in her neck. One of the men kept looking up and down the street, not at her. The other had his jaw clenched so tight it changed the shape of his face. A white van was parked at the curb with the side door already open. I eased my foot off the gas and let the car roll to a stop at the corner. My headlights cut across the van's rear doors. No logos, no company name, just a dent near the bumper and a smear of something dark along the side panel. She dug her heel into the pavement. I saw the rubber sole drag. One of her shoes came off and stayed behind on the asphalt. That's when the story in my head shifted from misunderstanding to something else. I didn't jump out. I didn't shout. I reached for my phone. I remember how steady my hands felt. That's the part that bothers me now. I didn't fumble. I didn't hesitate dialing. I gave the dispatcher the street name. The nearest cross street described the van, the men, the woman. I said I believed a woman was being forced into a vehicle. I stayed on the line. The dispatcher told me officers were on the way and asked if I was in a safe location. I said yes. She told me not to approach. She said to keep visual contact if I could do so without putting myself in danger. I have always been the kind of person who follows instructions. From my corner vantage point, I watched them lift her. She kicked once, catching one man in the thigh. He flinched but didn't let go. The other grabbed her legs. For a second, she caught the edge of the door frame and held it. Her fingers splayed against the metal. Then they folded her into the dark interior. The van door slammed. The sound carried even through my windshield. I told the dispatcher they were leaving. I read off the license plate as the van rolled past me. I could see one of the men in the passenger seat breathing hard, staring straight ahead. He didn't look at me. The van turned right at the end of the block and disappeared. I stayed where I was until I saw the red and blue lights flash at the far end of the street. 2 patrol cars. An officer approached my window. I explained what I'd seen. I pointed out the shoe in the road. They took my statement there. Under the same humming street light, one of the officers used a flashlight to look into the gutter. The other spoke into his radio, repeating the plate number I'd given. They thanked me for calling. I drove home with the radio off. That night, every time I closed my eyes, I saw her hand on the doorframe. In the days that followed, I checked the local news sites. I searched for reports of an abduction. I scanned missing persons bulletins. Nothing matched what I'd witnessed. I told myself that maybe she knew them. Maybe it was a domestic situation that didn't end the way it looked. Maybe she was home already, embarrassed and angry but alive. Weeks passed. The shoe under the streetlight stopped being a fresh image and became something dulled by repetition. Then a detective called me. He asked if I could come down to the station to clarify a few details from my original statement. His voice was calm, practiced. I agreed. The station smelled like old coffee and disinfectant. He led me into a small interview room with a metal table bolted to the floor. He had a folder with my name on it. They had found the van, he said, abandoned in a gravel lot outside the city limits. The license plate was stolen. The VIN had been partially scratched out but was traceable. It had changed hands twice in private sales over the past year. There was no sign of her inside. No blood. No obvious signs of a struggle beyond scuff marks on the interior panel. They were still trying to identify the men. He asked me again about their height, their build, their clothing. I closed my eyes and pictured the streetlight. One was taller, broader in the shoulders. The other had a narrow face and a short beard. Both wore dark t-shirts, jeans, work boots. The detective nodded as I spoke, making notes. He didn't offer reassurance. He didn't speculate. When I left, the afternoon sun felt harsh, exposing. Months have gone by now. Her face hasn't faded. I see it in reflective surfaces, in store windows at night, in my rearview mirror when I slow at intersections. People tell you not to intervene in dangerous situations. They tell you to call for help, to let professionals handle it. I did exactly that. I stayed in my car. I provided clear information. I did not escalate the situation. I did not put myself in harm's way. I followed the rules, but sometimes I replay it differently. In my version, I throw open my door and shout. I lay on the horn. I pull my car up close enough to block the van from leaving. I become an obstacle instead of a witness. In some of those replays, they back off. In others, they turn on me. I imagine headlights in my face, fists against my window, the crack of glass. I imagine the outcomes splintering into possibilities, and none of them give me certainty. The reality is quieter. I stayed in my seat. I watched a woman disappear into a vehicle under a streetlight. I reported what I saw. The van was found empty. She is still missing. I drive that street sometimes, slower than before. The bulb in the streetlight has been replaced. It burns brighter now, less yellow. The asphalt where her shoe lay has been resurfaced. There is no mark left to prove anything happened there, but I know the exact spot. I can see it even with my eyes closed. A rectangle of light, a white van, a hand braced against metal, and me, parked safely at the corner, observing. Cold air was moving through my living room when I opened my bedroom door, thin and steady like someone had cracked a freezer somewhere in the house. The hallway looked normal at first glance. Pale morning light, silent walls. My house always feels smaller at dawn, like the ceilings drop a little while I'm asleep. I walked toward the front of the house barefoot, already uneasy without knowing why. The front door was open 3 inches. The deadbolt was unlocked. The chain hung loose. The rubber doorstop I always wedge under the door was off to the side, resting flat against the baseboard. I live alone. I check that door every night before bed. It's not a casual habit. It's a ritual. Bolt, chain, handle test. I press my weight against it to feel the resistance. I don't go to sleep unless I feel that resistance. I locked it again that morning, slower than usual, telling myself I must have slipped up. The next day, the door was closed but unlocked. No damage, no scratches near the frame, no scuff marks on the lock, nothing missing inside. My wallet sat on the entry table. My laptop was on the desk where I'd left it. On the third morning, the door was wide open. Not blown open, not hanging crooked, just open enough for early light to spill across the hardwood in a long gray stripe. The air inside felt disturbed, colder than it should have been. I stood there staring at the space beyond my porch, expecting to see someone standing in the yard. There was no one. I searched the house room by room, closets, shower curtain, under the bed. I even checked the attic hatch, though I've never once opened it since moving in. Everything looked untouched. That was the worst part. If someone had broken in, at least that would make sense. But there were no signs of force. The lock worked perfectly. The frame wasn't splintered. The chain wasn't bent. It was as if someone had been invited in. By the 4th morning, dread had settled into me like a second heartbeat. I started documenting everything. I recorded myself locking the door at night, narrating each movement to my phone. I showed the deadbolt turning. I showed the chain sliding into place. I showed the chair I wedged under the knob, and the rubber doorstop pressed tight against the bottom seam. Then I went to bed. When I woke, the chair had been moved carefully to the side. The doorstop sat a foot away. The chain hung loose. The door was unlocked. My phone's video showed me locking it, exactly as I remembered. The footage ended when I walked down the hallway toward my bedroom. There was nothing after that. No glitch. No second clip. just the recording stopping when I turned it off. On the 5th day, I bought a security camera. I placed it on a bookshelf facing the front door, high enough to capture the entryway and part of the hallway. I tested it. Clear image, night vision working, timestamp in the corner. That night I followed my routine again, deliberately, slowly, aware of the camera watching me. I woke the next morning with a pressure in my chest before I even opened my eyes. The door was closed, unlocked. I didn't move for a long time. Then I sat down on the couch and opened the camera app. The recording was 8 hours long. I dragged the timeline forward through darkness and stillness. At 3 a.m., the hallway light flicked on. I walked into frame. The first thing I noticed was how steady I looked. No groggy shuffle, no rubbing my eyes. My posture was straight, movements fluid. I crossed the room and removed the chair. I bent and picked up the doorstop. I unhooked the chain. I turned the deadbolt. I opened the door. Beyond it was only darkness. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then someone stepped inside. The camera didn't capture a clear face. Just a figure in a dark hooded jacket. Average height. Hands in pockets. The person didn't rush or hesitate. They moved like they'd done this before, and I stepped aside to let them in. I watched myself close the door gently behind them. Both of us disappeared down the hallway toward my bedroom. The timestamp read 3:01 a.m. The living room remained empty for 10 minutes. The lights stayed on. The camera recorded nothing but silence. At 3:11 a.m. I walked back into frame alone. I unlocked the door again and opened it. The stranger walked out without looking back. I closed the door, reattached the chain, turned the deadbolt, replaced the chair and doorstop in their original positions with precise care. Then I turned off the lights and went back to bed. I have no memory of any of it. I replayed the footage over and over, searching for signs of coercion. A weapon, a gesture, anything that explained why I would calmly invite a stranger into my house in the middle of the night. There was nothing. I looked compliant, cooperative. On the 6th night, I decided to stay awake. I made coffee at midnight and left every light on. I positioned the camera to capture both the door and me on the couch. I told myself I would not fall asleep. Around 2:40 a.m., my head dropped forward. The video shows it clearly. I fight it for a moment. Then I go still. At exactly 3 a.m., my eyes open, not slowly, not confused, just open. I sit upright and turn my head toward the front door, as if responding to a silent cue. Then I stand. Watching it later felt like seeing a marionette, lifted by invisible strings. My movements are deliberate, economical. I don't glance at the camera. I don't hesitate. In real time, I became aware of the sound before I became aware of myself. The metal click of the deadbolt sliding back. My vision snapped into focus while I was standing in the entryway. My hand was on the lock. The chain was already unhooked. The door was cracked open and cold air was pushing against my legs. And someone was standing on the other side, not moving, just waiting. For 1 second, I could see them clearly in the porch light. Hood up, face shadowed, head tilted slightly, like they were studying me. My body felt split in two. My mind was screaming to slam the door, but my hand stayed on the handle, holding it open. My arm did not feel like mine. The stranger took one slow step forward, and my body stepped back to make room. That was the moment something inside me fought through whatever had hold of me. I don't know how to describe it except as resistance. A surge of panic strong enough to hurt. My fingers tightened violently on the edge of the door. I slammed it shut. The impact shook the frame. I threw the deadbolt with shaking hands and shoved the chain back into place. I dragged the chair over and jammed the doorstop under with so much force it bent. Silence followed. No knocking, no footsteps retreating, nothing. I stayed there until morning with my back pressed against the door. The next day, I went to a doctor. I showed her the footage, all of it. She watched without interrupting, her expression carefully neutral. She asked about stress, about sleepwalking in childhood, about medication. I told her I've never sleepwalked, not once. She scheduled tests. neurological exams, a sleep study. For now, she advised installing additional locks and not staying alone until we know more. I'm writing this from my sister's house. The camera is still set up at mine. I check it remotely sometimes even though I'm not there. Last night at 3 a.m. the hallway light turned on. The front door opened slowly from the inside. No one walked into frame. The door stayed open for exactly 10 minutes. Then it closed again, and I was 3 miles away when it happened. I was rinsing pasta sauce off a white ceramic plate when I first heard the little girl talking to someone who wasn't there. The house was one of those sprawling suburban builds with tall ceilings and too many rooms. The kind where your footsteps echo, even when you try to walk softly. It was early evening, just after 7. Her parents had left an hour earlier for a work dinner, reassuring me she would be in bed by 9, and that the basement was off limits because of some minor water issue. I remember that detail clearly, because they'd said it twice. The voice drifted up through the floor vent near the kitchen island. Soft, conversational. Not the sing-song tone kids use with stuffed animals, but a steady back-and-forth cadence. I paused with the plate in my hand and listened. At first, I assumed she was watching something on a tablet, but there was no background noise, no cartoon music, just her. I dried my hands and followed the sound down the hallway toward the basement door. It was closed. The light beneath it was on. She had told me earlier she didn't like the basement because it was too echoey. Now she was down there. I opened the door and called her name gently as I started down the steps. The basement was finished. Carpeted floor, sectional couch, big television mounted on the wall. One lamp was on in the corner. She was sitting cross-legged near the far wall, facing the unfinished storage area where exposed beams and insulation showed through. She looked calm, comfortable. I asked what she was doing down there. She said she was talking to her friend. I scanned the room automatically, expecting to see a doll, or at least a phone. There was nothing in front of her, just the dark opening of the storage space. I smiled and asked what her friend's name was. She told me it was Daniel. The name didn't register as anything important at the time. Kids have imaginary friends all the time. I told her it was almost time to start getting ready for bed, and she nodded but kept glancing toward the opening behind her. On the way upstairs, she told me Daniel used to live here. That made me pause. I asked what she meant. She said he lived here before her family did. She said he told her about his old room and the scratch on the closet door where he tried to measure his height. There was a scratch on her closet door upstairs. I'd noticed it earlier when I helped her pick out pajamas. I told myself it was coincidence. These houses were built in batches. Maybe kids who toured the home before purchase had played upstairs. Maybe she'd overheard her parents mention previous owners. We brushed her teeth. I read her a short book. When I tucked her in, she asked if Daniel could stay downstairs because he didn't like coming up. I told her that was fine. An hour later, after she was asleep, I sat on the couch scrolling on my phone. The house felt bigger at night. The refrigerator hummed. The air vents ticked softly as the temperature shifted. Then I heard it again. Her voice. Not from upstairs. From the basement. I muted my phone and listened carefully. It was faint, but it was definitely her. A low murmur, then a small laugh. I stood and checked the baby monitor app. Her mom had shown me. The camera in her bedroom displayed an empty bed. Covers tossed aside, my stomach tightened. I moved quickly but quietly to the basement door. It was closed again. The light underneath was on. I didn't call out this time. I opened it slowly and stepped down, careful not to make the stairs creak. Halfway down, I heard her clearly. She was telling Daniel about her school, about a boy who pushed her in line, about how she didn't like peas. Then she said something that made my skin prickle. She said she knew he didn't have a mom anymore. Silence followed. Then she said she was sorry about his dad locking him out. My mind started scrambling for explanations. Maybe she'd seen something online. Maybe this was an elaborate imaginary narrative. Kids absorb strange details from everywhere. I reached the bottom step. She was sitting closer to the unfinished section now, only a few feet from the exposed beams. Her back was to me. I asked what she was doing in as steady a voice as I could manage. She turned her head slightly and told me Daniel was sad tonight. I asked why. She said because he was still hiding and he was tired of eating cold food. The air in the basement felt different then, thicker. I asked her where Daniel was hiding. She lifted her small arm and pointed directly into the dark storage space. There was no playful tone in her voice, no imagination in her expression, just simple certainty. I walked forward slowly, placing myself between her and the opening. I told her to go upstairs and wait for me on the couch. She hesitated but obeyed. When I was sure she was at the top of the stairs, I turned toward the unfinished section. There was a faint smell I hadn't noticed before. Not rot, not exactly garbage, just stale air mixed with something human. I used the flashlight on my phone and stepped inside. The beam caught stacks of old paint cans and plastic storage bins. Cobwebs clung to the corners. Nothing moved. Then I noticed the installation along the far wall had been pushed aside. Behind it was a narrow crawl space I hadn't seen at first glance, just tall enough for someone to sit hunched over. My pulse thudded in my ears as I crouched and shined the light inside. There was a sleeping bag, dark blue, rolled loosely, but clearly used. Beside it sat a half-empty bottle of water, a crumpled fast food wrapper, a small flashlight, recent trash. Not dusty, not old, recent. The smell intensified in the confined space. I backed out slowly, my mind finally connecting everything the child had said. Cold food, hiding, locked out, no mom. I stood there listening. For a second, I heard nothing but the hum of the house. Then, from somewhere deeper in the crawl space came the faintest shift of fabric against concrete. Not loud, not dramatic, just a subtle movement that confirmed I wasn't alone down there. I didn't shout. I didn't investigate further. I walked out of the storage area, keeping my movements controlled, and climbed the stairs as evenly as I could. The girl was sitting on the couch exactly where I'd told her to wait. I locked the basement door behind me. I called her parents first. No answer. Then I called the police and kept my voice low while I explained what I'd found. The officers arrived quickly. They told me to take the girl outside and wait in my car. I buckled her into the back seat and told her we were playing a quiet game. From the driveway, I watched 2 officers enter the house. A third circled around toward the back. 10 minutes passed, maybe less. It felt longer. Eventually, they brought a man out in handcuffs. He wasn't old, maybe mid-30s. Thin, pale in the porch light. He didn't fight, he just blinked as if the brightness hurt. One officer later told me he'd been slipping into homes under renovation in the area. This one had been easier. The family rarely used the basement. He'd been there for at least a week. They found a small stash of food wrappers, bottles, a backpack with basic supplies. He'd been coming upstairs at night, carefully, quietly. When the girl's parents arrived, shaken and pale, I tried to explain what she'd told me about Daniel, about the scratch in the closet, about the cold food. Her father went upstairs immediately and found the closet door open. On the inside panel were fresh markings near the floor. Not measurements, scratches, low, jagged. The officers believed he'd been hiding in her closet during the day, when no one was home, moving to the crawl space at night. The girl never acted afraid. She only seemed confused when Daniel stopped visiting. I stopped babysitting after that. Sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I think about how easily I dismissed her at first, how simple it was to label it imagination. I think about that dark space behind the insulation, about the smell of stale breath and trapped air, about the sound of fabric shifting where no one was supposed to be, and I think about how long he might have stayed there if she hadn't decided to make a friend in the basement. I pulled into the motel a little after midnight because the highway had started to feel endless and wrong. The sign out front buzzed in a tired blue, VAC NCY flickering like it couldn't commit. I told myself I just needed a few hours of sleep before finishing the drive in the morning. The parking lot was half empty, the asphalt holding on to the day's heat, the air thick and unmoving. My headlights washed over a row of identical doors and identical curtains drawn tight behind identical windows. The office smelled like old coffee and lemon cleaner. A man behind the counter slid a key across without looking up for long. Room 12, ground floor, facing the lot. I remember noticing how quickly he returned his eyes to whatever he was watching on the small TV beside the register. I remember thinking I preferred that to small talk. My room was what you'd expect. Patterned bedspread, framed print of a sailboat on a gray sea, lamp with a crooked shade. The air conditioner rattled when I turned it on. I set my bag on the chair, checked the bathroom, pulled the curtains apart a fraction to see my car still sitting under the light. Everything ordinary, everything forgettable. I was brushing my teeth when I noticed the painting wasn't sitting flush against the wall. It tilted slightly to the right, just enough to catch my attention in the mirror. I don't know why I fixated on it. Maybe it was the way the frame cast a narrow shadow that didn't match the others. Maybe it was just something to do besides think about the miles I'd put behind me. I wiped my mouth and stepped closer. The sailboat print was cheap, the kind you could buy in bulk. When I lifted the bottom edge, it resisted for a second, then gave. The frame wasn't hung on a nail. It was hooked over something. There was a hole in the drywall behind it. Small, clean, deliberate, about the width of my thumb. The edges were smooth, not cracked like an accident. Someone had taken their time with it. I felt a tightness in my chest that didn't make sense yet. My first thought was maintenance, wiring, maybe. But there were no cables, no insulation, just darkness. I bent closer. The hole wasn't filled with darkness at all. It was depth, a thin, straight tunnel through the wall, and at the other end of that tunnel was light. I hesitated before putting my eye to it. I remember thinking about all the stories you hear, about hidden cameras and strangers watching from vents. I told myself I was being dramatic. I was a traveler. I'd stayed in dozens of places like this. Nothing had ever happened. I leaned in. On the other side of the wall was a room arranged exactly like mine. Same bedspread, same lamp, same crooked shade, same cheap sailboat print hanging on the opposite wall. And sitting on the edge of the bed in that room was a person. They were facing me. At first I didn't understand what I was seeing. My brain tried to rearrange it into something safer. A mirror. A reflection. But the angle was wrong. The lighting was wrong. The room behind them wasn't reversed. It was parallel. They were leaning forward slightly, their face close to something on their wall. Another hole. The realization moved through me slowly, and then all at once, the two rooms had been altered to mirror each other. Two paintings, two holes, perfectly aligned. They weren't just sitting there. They were looking through their hole, looking at me. I jerked back so hard I hit the bathroom door behind me. The air conditioner rattled louder in the sudden silence. My heart pounded in my ears, drowning out everything else. For a second, I convinced myself I'd imagined the figure. Stress, lack of sleep, but I knew what I'd seen. I stepped forward again, slower this time. I didn't put my eye to the hole. I hovered just to the side of it. There was movement in the sliver of visible light, a shift, a shadow adjusting. They were still there, waiting. I felt exposed in a way I can't fully describe. Not just watched, but expected. As if my arrival had been part of a routine. The painting covering the hole wasn't an accident. It was a system. Someone had prepared these rooms for this exact purpose. Voyeurism requires opportunity. This required planning. I imagined how many travelers had stayed in this room, never noticing, or maybe noticing too late. I imagined the person next door sitting in the dark, patient, studying strangers through that narrow tunnel. I forced myself to think practically. There was a wall between us, drywall and studs, a locked door, a parking lot outside. I wasn't in immediate danger. Still, my skin prickled like I was standing too close to a cliff edge. I backed away from the wall and covered the hole again with the painting, pressing it flat as if that could undo what I'd seen. My hands were shaking. I grabbed my bag, stuffing my toothbrush and charger inside without caring about order. I didn't want to call the office. I didn't want to knock on the neighboring door. I didn't want an explanation. The symmetry was explanation enough. As I moved toward the door, something made me pause, a pull, like touching a bruise to see if it still hurts. I turned back and against my better judgment lifted the painting one more time. I didn't lean in. I stayed a step away. The light in the other room had changed. The bed was empty. For a split second, relief washed through me, until I realized the angle of the lamp suggested someone was no longer sitting on the bed because they had stood up and moved out of my narrow field of view. A cold understanding settled over me. The hole only showed a slice of their room. There were entire sections I couldn't see, just like there were sections of mine they couldn't see unless they shifted. I dropped the painting back into place and left. The night air hit me hard as I stepped outside. The parking lot seemed larger than before, the light harsher. My car sat where I'd left it, but the motel no longer felt passive. The row of doors looked less like rooms and more like closed eyes. I didn't run, but I didn't walk casually either. I unlocked my car and got in, locking the doors behind me with a sharp click that sounded too loud. As I started the engine, I glanced up at my room. The curtain had moved, just a few inches to the side. I hadn't touched it. In the window, behind the thin fabric, was a shape. A figure standing close enough that I could make out the outline of a head and shoulders against the lamplight, watching the parking lot, watching me. I couldn't see their face clearly from that distance, but I didn't need to. I knew exactly where they were looking. Not at my car, not at the office, at me. The engine idled for a moment longer than it should have. My hands felt stiff on the steering wheel. The rest of the motel remained still. Doors closed, no other lights flicking on. If anyone else was being watched, they didn't know it. I put the car in reverse and backed out carefully, refusing to look away from that window. The figure didn't wave, didn't move dramatically, just stood there. As I drove toward the exit, the angle shifted. For a brief second, the overhead light inside the room caught their face more clearly. It looked like mine, not identical in the way twins are identical, but close enough that my stomach dropped. Same build, same posture, same short hair, the kind of resemblance you only notice when you're forced to compare. I told myself it was projection, a trick of light and distance, a stranger's features borrowing mine, because I was afraid. But they tilted their head at the exact moment I did, the same angle, the same measured curiosity. I hit the gas harder than I meant to. The motel sign flickered in my rearview mirror as I pulled back onto the highway. I didn't slow down until the building disappeared behind a curve in the road. Even then, I checked my mirrors more than the traffic required. I've stayed in plenty of roadside motels since. I always inspect the walls now. I always check behind the frames. I've never found another hole. But sometimes, late at night in a new room, I'll feel that same tightness in my chest. I'll picture a parallel space on the other side of the drywall, a bed positioned just so, a lamp casting the same yellow light, and someone sitting very still, leaning toward a small deliberate opening, waiting for me to look back through it. Sometimes I wake up in the dark, convinced there's a painting slightly crooked above me, convinced that if I reach up and lift it, I'll see another room aligned perfectly with mine, and in that room a traveler who checked in after midnight, who needed a few hours of sleep, who thought he was alone, staring back at me through the wall. The first time I felt it, I was halfway down Maple Street with the late afternoon sun burning against the back of my neck. Dismissal had just happened. The buses were coughing out exhaust behind me, and everyone else was laughing too loud about weekend plans. I remember adjusting my backpack strap and glancing at the reflection in a parked car window. He was behind me, army jacket, faded camouflage, hands empty, walking at a steady pace that didn't match the rush of students peeling off toward their houses. I turned the corner onto Alder Drive without breaking stride. He turned too. At that point, I still told myself it was nothing. Our school sits in the middle of a residential area. People cut through the streets all the time. But when I slowed near the crosswalk pretending to retie my shoe, his steps slowed as well. Not dramatically, just enough. That was the moment my chest tightened. I had seen him before. Every afternoon that week, he stood outside the chain-link fence near the east exit. Not inside with the parents' cars. Outside, across the sidewalk, close to the line of trees that separates campus from the neighborhood. He never waved, never called out a name, never checked his phone. He just stood there watching students pour out like water from a broken pipe. Most parents look distracted. They scroll or talk or honk when their kid takes too long. He didn't do any of that. His attention moved slowly across faces, patient and deliberate. When I reached the stop sign near my street, I risked another look over my shoulder. He was still there, same distance, maybe half a block back, close enough to follow, far enough to deny it. I didn't run. Running would confirm something. Instead, I took out my phone and called my dad. I kept my voice level and told him a man had been outside school all week, and that he was walking behind me right now. My dad didn't panic. He told me to stay on the main road and keep walking straight home. He said he'd meet me. The next few minutes stretched thin. Every footstep behind me sounded heavier than it should have. I didn't look back again. I focused on the rhythm of my breathing and the familiar houses along the street. White siding, trimmed hedges, basketball hoops over garages. When I was 1 block from home, my dad's truck appeared at the far end of the street. Relief hit so hard, it almost made me dizzy. He pulled over ahead of me and stepped out immediately. He didn't slam the door. He didn't shout. He just started walking toward the man in the army jacket. The man stopped. There was something chilling about how calm he looked. No surprise. No embarrassment. He didn't pretend to check a mailbox or tie his shoe. He just stood there as my dad approached. I stayed back near the sidewalk, close enough to see their faces, but far enough that I wouldn't get caught between them. My dad said something short and firm. I could tell by his posture. Protective. Direct. The man didn't answer. He held my dad's gaze for a long second, then turned and walked toward the strip of woods at the end of the block. He didn't hurry. That was the worst part. He moved like someone who already knew where he was going. My dad followed him. I followed my dad. The woods behind our neighborhood aren't deep forest. They're a narrow stretch of trees and brush that separate our street from an older development. There's a dirt path worn into the ground where kids cut through on bikes. The man stepped into that path without hesitation. By the time we reached the tree line, he had vanished. We could hear movement for a few seconds. Branches snapping under weight. Leaves shifting, then nothing. No engine, no door slam, just wind sliding through branches. My dad stopped at the edge and scanned the ground. That's when he spotted the paper. It was folded once and weighed down with a small rock, placed carefully near the entrance of the path. Not dropped, not blown there. Placed. My dad picked it up. I'll never forget the way his face changed as he unfolded it. It was a map of our neighborhood drawn by hand. Not printed, not something ripped from a website. Streets sketched in dark pen. Houses marked as small rectangles. Certain ones circled in red. The school was circled, our house was circled. There were arrows tracing a path from the east exit of the school along Maple Street, onto Alder Drive, and directly to our front door. The exact route I walked every afternoon. My mouth went dry. This wasn't random. He hadn't just followed whoever happened to walk alone. He had studied the area. He had tracked a routine. He had mapped it. My dad took photos of the paper with his phone before folding it back up. He called the police while keeping his eyes on the woods. Officers arrived within minutes. They searched the tree line and followed the dirt path through to the other side. They checked nearby streets for a parked vehicle. They found nothing. The man in the army jacket had disappeared. The police took the map as evidence. They asked me questions about when I first saw him, how many days he'd been outside the school fence, whether he ever tried to speak to me. I told them he never said a word. That silence felt heavier than anything he could have said. Patrol cars lingered around dismissal for the next week. Teachers were notified. The school sent out a vague email about being aware of your surroundings, but he never came back to the fence. Every afternoon, I still glanced across the sidewalk before stepping through the gates. The space where he used to stand felt charged, like an outline burned into the air. My dad stopped letting me walk home alone. Even now, he either picks me up or meets me halfway. He tries to act casual about it, but I see him scanning mirrors and side streets. One evening, I found him at the kitchen table studying a printed satellite view of our neighborhood. He had marked corners where trees blocked visibility. He circled blind spots between houses. He traced the same route the man had drawn. It hit me then that the map hadn't just been about following me. It had been about learning the terrain, learning escape routes, learning cover, learning distance. The man hadn't panicked when confronted. He'd moved toward the woods like he'd already walked them before. Sometimes, when the late afternoon light stretches long across the pavement, I picture him standing somewhere beyond the trees, watching the neighborhood from a distance. Not close enough to be seen, close enough to understand it. We never found out who he was, and the police never called with an update. All we have is the memory of that hand-drawn map, and the knowledge that someone took the time to study the path between my school and my front door. I noticed the pet bowls before I ever saw the pets. They were lined up along the base of Martha's kitchen window, stainless steel and polished, each one labeled in neat black vinyl: Whiskers, Rex, Baby, and Princess. I only saw them because the heavy curtains that usually sealed her ranch-style house from the street were parted an inch that morning. The sun had just climbed over the flat roofs of our subdivision outside Phoenix, throwing long orange light across gravel yards and stucco walls. I was leaving for my warehouse shift, steel-toed boots crunching on rock, when the reflection caught my eye. 4 bowls, 4 names. I'd moved in 3 weeks earlier, transferring from a distribution center in Nevada. I was used to inventory systems, loading docks, predictable schedules. My days were measured in pallets and manifests. The neighborhood seemed equally organized, lawns trimmed, trash bins aligned, retirees walking small dogs before the heat settled in. Martha had introduced herself my second evening there. Late 70s, maybe early 80s. White hair pulled back tight, floral blouse buttoned to the collar, despite the heat. She told me she kept to herself but appreciated order. She'd said the word like it was a family value. I assumed the bowls belonged to cats and dogs. The labels felt excessive, but people out here love their animals. I thought nothing of it until the delivery truck. It was an unmarked box truck, the kind I'd seen at the warehouse 100 times, pulling up to her driveway at dusk. I'd just gotten home, shirt damp with sweat and cardboard dust. The driver rolled down the ramp and started unloading 50-pound sacks of kibble. Not 1 or 2, a dozen at least. Then flats of canned food shrink-wrapped in plastic. Then large bags of cat litter stacked like concrete mix. I leaned against my mailbox and watched. The driver wasn't chatting. No small talk. He moved with the efficiency of someone used to heavy loads. Martha supervised from the garage, which was open just enough for me to see shelving units lining the walls. They were already packed with supplies, color-coded bins, grooming brushes hanging on hooks, leashes coiled and tagged. It didn't add up. Even with 4 big dogs, that volume was extreme. The first time I saw Whiskers, it was morning again. I was tying my boots by the front window when I noticed movement across the street. Martha's front door opened and she stepped out holding a leash. At the end of it stood a man in a gray and white cat costume, not a mascot suit, not something loose and cartoonish. It fit close to the body, tailored, the fabric textured like short fur. A hood covered his head completely, with shaped ears and a molded feline face. The eye holes were dark mesh. His hands were gloved into paws. A tail swayed behind him. He walked on 2 legs. Slowly, head slightly bowed, Martha held the leash with gentle firmness and guided him down the driveway. She wore gardening gloves. They turned left, moving past my house. I stayed crouched by the window, pulse steady but confused. I told myself it was performance art, some kind of therapy. Phoenix had its quirks. Whiskers stopped at the edge of my gravel yard. He lowered himself carefully onto all fours and pawed at the rocks. Martha gave a small nod of approval. No words, just that nod. I waited for a laugh, a wink, some acknowledgement of absurdity. It never came. That evening there were two of them. The second was larger, dressed as a dog, brown suit, floppy ears, a red collar with a brass tag that read Rex. He moved more confidently, shoulders broad under the padding. When Martha handed him a rubber ball, he caught it with both hands and held it against his chest before dropping to all fours to nudge it along the sidewalk. Cars passed. No one slowed down. I started adjusting my schedule to watch. Not intentionally at first, just curiosity. Warehouse shifts begin early, but I found reasons to linger in the mornings. In the evenings, I'd take my trash out slower than necessary. By the end of the week, I'd seen all four. Baby wore a pastel blue onesie-style outfit with a hood shaped like a lamb's head. Princess had a long white coat with a pink bow stitched between upright ears. They varied in height and build, all clearly adults beneath the costumes. Their movements were deliberate, practiced. They never spoke outside. The grooming happened on the back patio. I discovered that by accident while returning a misdelivered package. Martha's curtains were drawn, but the side gate stood open. I heard the hum of electric clippers. I shouldn't have looked, but I did. Whiskers sat on a raised table, back straight, paws resting on his thighs. The hood was off. Underneath was a man in his 40s, hair shaved close to the scalp. His face was calm, almost serene. Martha trimmed the hair at his neckline with careful strokes, then brushed his shoulders as if smoothing fur. Rex waited on a pet bed nearby, knees tucked under him. Baby lay curled on a smaller cushion, thumb in mouth despite being clearly grown. Princess knelt beside a bowl, eating something thick and brown with slow, repetitive motions. Pet food. The smell drifted out. Processed meat and grain. Martha noticed me standing at the gate. She didn't flinch. She turned off the clippers and wiped her hands on a towel. She told me they were her companions. She explained they preferred structure. She described feeding hours, walking schedules, enrichment time. Her tone was instructional, like she was outlining warehouse safety protocols. I asked if they were family. She said they were exactly what they needed to be. The next evening, she invited me over for feeding hours. I went. I told myself it was neighborly politeness. A chance to confirm this wasn't something darker. I've seen enough odd inventory orders in my job to know people live in ways that don't make sense from the outside. Her living room was stripped of most furniture. In its place were 4 large pet beds arranged in a semicircle facing an armchair. Shelves along the wall held chew toys, brushes, and neatly folded costumes. The air conditioner hummed. The curtains were drawn tight, sealing out the last of the desert light. The 4 of them entered from the hallway and took their positions without being told. They knelt or sat according to some internal rule. Their hoods were on now. Martha handed me a metal scoop and directed me toward the bowls lined on the kitchen counter. The kibble rattled loudly as I filled each dish. My hands, used to handling freight and shrink wrap, felt oversized and clumsy. Doing something so domestic, when I set the bowls down, they waited. Martha gave a small clap. They lowered themselves and began eating. No talking, no laughter, just the mechanical sound of chewing and the scrape of metal against tile. Up close, I could see the seams in the costumes, reinforced stitching at the shoulders, zippers concealed beneath faux fur. The illusion wasn't meant to fool anyone into thinking they were animals. It was meant to formalize the roles. After they finished, they carried the bowls to the sink one by one and placed them inside. Rex paused beside me and tilted his head, as if studying my face through the mesh. I caught my reflection in his dark eye holes, warped and small. I asked Martha how long this had been going on. She said years. She described routines with pride. Morning walks at sunrise, grooming twice weekly, strict bedtime. She said they had chosen this life. She used the word chosen carefully. I left with a tightness in my chest that wasn't fear exactly, but something adjacent. Over the next week, the deliveries increased. More kibble, replacement costumes, a large crate marked custom fabric. I began noticing details that unsettled me more than the costumes themselves. The way Beatty flinched when Martha raised her hand too quickly, even if only to adjust her glasses. The way Princess stared at the floor unless given permission to move. The way Rex seemed to watch the street from behind the curtains, shoulders tense. One morning, as I backed my truck out of the driveway, I saw something that shifted the balance from curiosity to shock. The front door was open wider than usual. Whiskers stood in the doorway alone. His hood was off. He wasn't holding a leash. He looked directly at me. His mouth opened slightly, as if forming a word. Behind him, Martha's hand closed around the back of his neck, fingers firm. She guided him down to his knees in one smooth motion. He didn't resist. He lowered his gaze and pressed his palms flat against the tile. The door shut. That image stayed with me through my entire shift. Pallets moved past me on forklifts. Inventory scanners beeped. My supervisor asked about a delayed shipment. I nodded and answered automatically, but my mind replayed the way Whiskers had looked at me. Not wild, not confused, just aware. That evening, I walked over without being invited. The garage door was open. Inside, the shelving had expanded. New units bolted into place. Stacks of unopened pet food reached almost to the ceiling. A whiteboard listed feeding times and grooming rotations in tidy columns. Through the interior door, I could see the living room. The four of them were on their beds, motionless as if posed. Martha stood in the center, holding 4 new collars. She lifted one toward Whiskers, and paused when she noticed me. For a moment, no one moved. The house felt sealed, air thick despite the AC. I understood then that nothing criminal was visible. No chains, no locked doors, no bruises I could see. Just adults inhabiting roles, so completely that the line between preference and captivity blurred. Martha stepped forward and extended one of the collars toward me, as if offering me a place in the system. Not as a pet, as a participant. Another set of hands for feeding hours. Another witness who wouldn't question the arrangement. The 4 costumed heads turned toward me in unison. My heartbeat was loud enough to drown out the hum of the garage freezer. I imagined staying, accepting the routine, letting the strangeness become normal through repetition, and felt something inside me recoil. I shook my head. No one argued. No one pleaded. Martha simply lowered the collar and adjusted her grip. I went home and locked my door. For the next few days, I avoided looking across the street. I left earlier for work, came back later. The deliveries continued. The morning walks persisted, precise and silent. The neighborhood remained orderly. Lawns trimmed, trash bins aligned. I contacted my property manager and asked about breaking the lease. I cited a work transfer. I paid the penalty without negotiating. On my last morning there, I loaded my truck before sunrise. The sky was pale and empty. Martha's curtains were closed, heavy as always. As I pulled away, the front door opened. All 4 of them stood in the doorway, lined up behind her, costumes on, leashes in place. Still as mannequins, they watched me drive to the end of the block. In the rearview mirror, I saw Martha raise her hand in a small measured wave. I didn't wave back. I merged onto the highway heading north, the subdivision shrinking behind me until it looked like any other cluster of roofs in the desert. Even now, months later, when I scan inventory in the early morning light of the warehouse, I think about stainless steel bowls lined against a window, and wonder how long it takes for a person to choose a cage they can walk around in. I was buffing the tile outside women's accessories when my name came over the store speakers. The announcement system clicks before it speaks. A small plastic pop that usually means a recorded message about closing times or a lost child from earlier in the day. That night, a Tuesday, the store had been closed for over an hour. The lights were down to their after-hours setting, half the fluorescence off, the rest humming. I was alone on the floor, pushing a gray mop bucket that left a thin reflective sheen behind me. The click sounded, then a breath of static. Attention associates. Daniel Mercer, please report to customer service. My name. Clear. Calm. The same neutral female voice the store used for everything. I stood there with both hands on the mop handle, listening to the hum of the lights and the distant thud of the air system kicking on. The speakers went quiet again. There was no one at customer service. I had shut down the registers myself. My manager Trish had left at 10 after counting the drawers. She'd reminded me to set the alarm when I left through the employee exit. I remember watching her car's taillights disappear across the empty parking lot. I told myself it was a glitch. The system ran automated tests overnight sometimes. Maybe my name had been recorded in the system from a past page and it misfired. It felt thin, but it was something. I left the mop where it was and walked the main aisle toward the front. The store looked different after hours. Without music and customers, it felt larger, like the ceiling had lifted. End caps stood in stiff rows. Mannequins in spring dresses stared toward the darkened windows. Customer service was empty. The monitors were off. The cash drawers sat open and hollow. I stepped behind the counter and checked the small office where we keep the announcement controls. The microphone hung in its cradle. The small green light that indicates live use was off. I didn't touch it. I waited, listening. Nothing but the air and the faint rattle of a loose ceiling tile somewhere in housewares. I went back to my mop. I work retail because I'm steady. That's what Trish says. I don't get rattled by holiday rushes or angry returns. I don't mind being the last one out. I like the routine of closing, folding abandoned shirts, straightening displays, restoring order. That night I focused on that feeling. Routine. I moved into women's apparel, where the mannequins stand on low white platforms near the fitting rooms. 4 of them in that section. 2 by the entrance, in pastel dresses. 2 deeper and wearing business suits. They're bolted to their bases. I know because I've helped reset them after seasonal changes. I started wiping down the mirrors outside the fitting rooms. The fluorescent lights above them flickered faintly, casting long reflections down the polished floor. When I turned from the second mirror, the mannequin closest to me seemed nearer than before. It was subtle. Her left shoulder angled slightly toward the fitting room hallway. Her blank face turned a fraction. I froze with the rag in my hand. I tried to reconstruct the exact position from memory. It's harder than people think. We pass these forms every day without really seeing them. Maybe I had misremembered. Maybe I'd brushed the platform with the mop bucket earlier and shifted it. I set the rag down and walked up to her. The platform hadn't moved. It was still aligned with the grout lines in the tile. I nudged the mannequin's ankle. It was rigid, secure. Get a grip, I muttered to myself. The only voice in the cavernous store. I stepped back and forced myself to look at all 4. The 2 by the entrance faced forward, hands at their sides. The one in the navy suit had her head tilted slightly down, chin tucked. The last wore a pale yellow dress with a wide-brimmed hat angled low. They were in ordinary poses. Still, I went back to cleaning. 10 minutes later, the speakers clicked again. Static. Then, attention associates, Daniel Mercer, please report to customer service. Exactly the same cadence. My stomach dropped in a way that felt physical, like missing a step in the dark. I walked quickly this time. The main aisle felt longer. The overhead lights seemed dimmer, though I knew that was my nerves. Customer service was empty again. The microphone still hung untouched. I stepped around the counter and checked the back hallway that leads to the stockroom and the employee break room. The emergency exit at the end was shut, its pushbar level. I pressed it experimentally. It didn't move. That wasn't unusual. We had to disengage the alarm before opening it from the inside after closing, or it would trigger. I told myself that too. I went back toward women's apparel with a faster pace than I wanted to admit. As I approached the mannequins, I felt it before I saw it. A sense that something in the arrangement had shifted. The one in the navy suit now faced directly toward the fitting room hallway. Her chin was no longer tucked. Her blank eyes pointed down the narrow corridor lined with closed doors. I stopped several feet away. The other three seemed subtly reoriented as well. The pastel dresses near the entrance angled inward, as if watching the center of the section. The yellow hat's brim no longer cast a shadow over her face. It had been tipped back. They were not where I had left them. I walked slowly around the navy-suited mannequin. The bolts at her feet were tight. No scrape marks on the tile. I placed my hands on her shoulders and twisted gently. She did not move. A sound came from the fitting room hallway. Not a voice. A soft scrape like fabric against a door. I felt heat rush to my face. I stepped into the hallway. The fitting room doors were all closed. We leave them unlocked after hours. I pushed the first one open. Empty bench. Hook on the wall, mirror. The second, empty. Halfway down, I noticed something that made my breath hitch. The last door at the end, which we keep propped slightly ajar for ventilation, was fully closed. I was sure I had seen it cracked earlier. I walked to it, every step deliberate. My reflection in the long mirror along the wall looked pale and stretched. I put my hand on the metal knob and turned it. The door swung inward. The stall was empty. No clothes on the hook. No purse on the bench. Just the smell of dust and the faint chemical scent of cleaning spray. Behind me, the speakers clicked a third time. I flinched so hard I hit my shoulder on the doorframe. Attention associates. Daniel Mercer, please report to customer service. The voice sounded closer, louder, not distorted, just present. I left the fitting room hallway at a run. The mannequins were no longer in a loose semicircle. They stood in a straight line across the entrance to the section, shoulder to shoulder, facing outward into the main aisle, blocking the path. My chest tightened. I knew logically that they couldn't have moved on their own. Someone had to be in the store. Someone had access to the announcement system, and enough time to reposition heavy display forms without me hearing it. That thought grounded me. It was a prank. A sick one maybe, but human. I circled around through intimates, to approach from the side. As I came around the rack of bras and sleepwear, I saw the line of mannequins had shifted again. They were angled toward me now, their blank faces turned. I backed away, pulse hammering in my ears. The store felt less like a workplace and more like a maze. I headed straight for the front doors. The glass entrance is a double set, inner sliding doors and outer manual ones. After hours, the sliding doors are off, and we exit through the side employee door. I pushed one of the outer doors. It didn't budge. At first, I thought I hadn't unlocked it, but we don't lock the outer doors from the inside. I pressed my face close to the glass and looked down. A heavy chain looped through the handles on the outside, secured with a padlock. I stared at it, uncomprehending. The parking lot beyond was empty. The streetlights cast long orange pools across the asphalt. My car sat alone near the edge. Someone had chained the doors from the outside. A cold, precise fear settled into me. Then, this wasn't random. The announcements, the mannequins, the chain. It was deliberate. I ran to the employee exit in the back hallway. I shoved the push bar. It didn't move. I looked through the small square window. Another chain threaded through the exterior handles, tight and shining in the security light. My reflection stared back at me, eyes wide. The speakers clicked again. Static filled the air, longer this time. A hiss that seemed to crawl along the ceiling. Then the voice, slightly distorted. Daniel Mercer, please report to customer service. The words echoed down the empty aisles. I stood in the hallway, breathing hard, and understood that whoever was doing this wanted me moving. From section to section, like an animal prodded through a pen, I pulled my phone from my pocket with shaking hands and dialed emergency services. My voice came out steadier than I felt. I explained that I was locked inside my workplace, that the exits had been chained from the outside, that someone was using the announcement system to call my name. As I spoke, I watched the end of the hallway. The mannequins stood there, all four of them. They had been in women's apparel seconds earlier. Now they filled the corridor near the break room door, arranged in a loose cluster, Not bolted to platforms anymore, just standing on the tile. That was impossible. I knew it, but I was looking at it. Their limbs were in slightly different positions than before. One arm bent at the elbow, a head cocked at an angle that suggested attention. I kept my eyes on them and described what I was seeing to the dispatcher. She told me officers were on the way. She asked if I was safe. The mannequins did not move while I watched. They were inert, plastic, harmless. I took a step backward. One of them shifted forward a fraction, a soft scrape against tile, then stillness. I stopped breathing. The dispatcher was saying something about staying on the line. I forced myself not to look away again. My eyes burned. The minutes stretched. My arms trembled from holding the phone and the tension of staring. Then, from outside, a flash of red and blue light spilled through the small window in the exit door. A car engine cut off. Heavy footsteps approached. A metallic clatter sounded as someone struck the chain. In that split second, when my focus flicked toward the door at the noise, I heard a collective scrape behind me. I turned back. The hallway was empty. The mannequins were gone. The officers cut the chain and opened the door. Cold night air rushed in. I stumbled out, nearly colliding with them, words tumbling over each other as I tried to explain. They searched the store thoroughly. They found no one inside. The announcement system showed no recent manual use in the log, just routine diagnostics. The mannequins were back in women's apparel, each bolted securely to its platform, facing forward in their standard poses. The officers suggested vandalism, maybe someone with keys who had slipped out before they arrived. They took photos of the chains and the locks, both of which were new. Corporate reviewed the security footage the next day. The cameras in my section had glitched between 11 and 11:30, showing static. The exterior cameras captured no one approaching the doors. I finished my shift that night in a patrol car, wrapped in a blanket someone had pulled from the trunk. I watched through the windshield as another employee unlocked the store the next morning. I still work there. Day shifts now. Sometimes when I pass women's apparel, I notice the mannequins angled slightly differently than I remember. A shoulder turned, a chin lifted. I tell myself it's the morning staff adjusting displays, but every so often, when the store is quiet and the speakers click for a routine page, my name feels like it's already waiting in the system, queued up in that calm, neutral voice, ready to call me back to customer service. I noticed the extra server rack because it was humming at the wrong pitch. It was just after 2 a.m., the hour when the building felt abandoned but never fully asleep, and I was halfway through my standard maintenance sweep of the 12th floor server wing. My routine was a straight line: badge in at the east corridor, check environmental logs on the first bank, walk the perimeter, verify indicator lights, remote into the backup array from the small terminal near the freight elevator. I had done it every Tuesday for 6 months. The company liked contractors because we were predictable and invisible. The hum didn't match the others. It was a thinner vibration, almost a whine, coming from the far end of row C where there shouldn't have been anything but a blank wall and a fire suppression tank. I stood still and listened. The server room air was cold and dry, laced with that metallic ozone smell of hot circuits. The overhead fluorescents cast everything in a flat white glare. All the sanctioned racks were labeled with asset tags and QR codes, evenly spaced like teeth. At the end of the row, beyond the last approved cabinet, something darker interrupted the symmetry. There was a rack where no rack should be. It wasn't on the official floor plan. I knew because I had the layout memorized. The rack was pushed close to the wall, cables feeding up into the ceiling through a rough-cut opening in a panel that had been replaced slightly off color from the rest. No asset tag, no company stencil, just a matte black cabinet with a small green LED blinking in a steady rhythm. My first thought was that facilities had added capacity without updating documentation. It wouldn't have been the first time, but the placement was wrong. It partially blocked the clearance required by fire code. I crouched and saw faint scuff marks on the raised floor tiles, as if it had been rolled into position recently. I pulled up the floor plan on my tablet anyway. The blueprint showed a blank space where I was kneeling, The hum sharpened when I got closer. I rested my hand lightly against the cabinet. It vibrated more than it should have for a rack that size, like it was running hotter than the room allowed. The temperature gauge on the wall read normal. That was when I saw the vent. Behind the rack, low against the wall, was a rectangular ventilation duct that didn't align with the building schematics. The grill had been removed and set back in place loosely, one corner not fully screwed down. The paint around it was scratched. I shifted the rack just enough to see into the gap. A strip of darkness opened behind it, wide enough for a person to slide through if they were careful. The duct wasn't standard HVAC. It was a maintenance chase, large and square, leading laterally along the perimeter of the floor. My stomach tightened. I stood up and scanned the ceiling. The security cameras in the server wing were fixed domes with predictable blind spots between their arcs. I knew them well because I had once been asked to map their coverage to troubleshoot a latency issue. The vent ran precisely through one of those blind zones. I felt stupid for not noticing it sooner. My routine had become muscle memory. Walk, glance, log, move on. Anyone watching would know exactly where I would be at any given minute. They would also know the 1 5-minute gap when I left the server wing to check the backup generator panel in the adjacent electrical room. The quiet gap. I stepped back and almost tripped over a pair of boots, sticking out from behind the unauthorized rack. For a split second, I thought it was a trick of shadow. Then I saw the leg attached to it. Marcus. He was wedged between the rack and the wall, half hidden by cables. His head was turned awkwardly, cheek pressed against the raised floor tile. His eyes were closed. I dropped to my knees and felt for a pulse at his neck. It was there. Slow but steady, there was a faint swelling along his temple. No blood, no obvious fractures, just unconscious. Marcus was the night facility supervisor, the only other person who routinely came through this wing after midnight. He wasn't supposed to be here tonight. He had mentioned earlier in the week that he'd be covering a different building. I reached for my phone, then stopped. If someone was using that vent to bypass cameras, they might still be inside the duct. They might have seen me move the rack. They might be watching. The hum of the unauthorized server filled the silence. I realized it wasn't just a server. It was a data exfiltration node, something siphoning traffic from the core network and sending it somewhere else. That explained the extra vibration. It was pushing data hard. My deviation had been small. I had decided to reverse my sweep order because I'd spilled coffee earlier and wanted to avoid walking past the stain until it dried. That minor change put me at row C 10 minutes earlier than usual. 10 minutes inside someone else's schedule. A faint metallic scrape came from inside the vent. I froze. The sound came again, closer this time. A soft thud, like a knee hitting sheet metal. The grill shifted slightly. I backed away from the rack and slid behind the adjacent row, crouching low between two legitimate cabinets. My heart hammered so hard I felt it in my teeth. The server room was loud enough to hide small noises, but not a full body emerging from a duct. The grill eased outward. A hand appeared first, gloved and deliberate, then an arm. The person moved with practiced control, lowering themselves to the floor without a sound. There were two of them. The first pulled the second through, then both crouched behind the unauthorized rack. They wore dark clothing, no visible logos. One carried a compact tool bag. The other held something that looked like a small tablet with a tethered cable. They didn't look surprised. They looked efficient. One of them reached behind the rack and stopped. I saw the moment they registered Marcus's body. A pause, a shift in posture. The second person leaned closer, checking him quickly, then made a sharp gesture toward the duct. They hadn't expected him either. I edged backward on my hands and knees, keeping the server cabinets between us. My badge clipped against the metal and made a faint click. I winced. The hum of the unauthorized rack cut off abruptly. The sudden silence was worse than the noise. Footsteps moved along the other side of the row, slow, controlled. They weren't rushing for the vent anymore. They were searching. I slid into the narrow gap between two racks and pulled my phone out silently. I switched it to silent mode and typed a message to building security instead of calling. Unauthorized access in 12F server wing. Marcus unconscious. Intruders present. Dispatch police. The message hung for a second before sending. The cellular signal was weak in the reinforced room, but it went through. A shadow fell across the end of the row. I held my breath. One of them stepped into the aisle, scanning. Their face was partially covered with a fabric mask. Their eyes moved methodically, not panicked. They knew the layout. They knew the blind spots. They probably knew my routine. A hand reached toward the cabinet where I was hiding, fingers brushing the edge as if testing for vibration. I shifted deeper into the gap, pressing my back against cold metal. The space was barely wide enough for me to stand. Cables brushed my shoulders. Footsteps approached from the other side. I was boxed in. The first intruder spoke in a low voice, a single sentence I couldn't make out over the ringing in my ears. The second responded with a short reply. No shouting, no urgency, just adjustment. They knew I was here. I did the only thing I could think of. I reached up and yanked the network patch cable from the legitimate rack above me. The effect was immediate. An alarm began to pulse from the monitoring system. Not loud, but sharp enough to carry beyond the server wing. Red indicators flashed on the wall panel near the main door. The building's automated system would flag it as a critical network fault. The intruders moved fast then. One lunged down the aisle toward me. I dropped to the floor and rolled under the adjacent rack, scraping my forearm on a bolt. The other ran toward the unauthorized cabinet, likely to disconnect it fully. Short steps, hard breathing, the smell of dust and hot wiring. I crawled toward the main door, staying low. A hand grabbed at my ankle and missed by inches. I kicked backward and felt my shoe connect with something solid. A grunt, then footsteps again. The door to the server wing required a badge to exit, as well as enter. I slapped mine against the reader while still crouched. The light flashed red once, then green. The lock clicked. I slipped through and pulled the door shut behind me. The alarm from the network fault was now feeding into the building-wide system. I could hear a distant tone echoing down the corridor. I ran toward the electrical room instead of the elevators, ducking inside and locking it from within. It wasn't a safe room, but it had no external cameras and only one door. I crouched behind the main generator housing and listened. Footsteps in the hallway. A pause outside the electrical room door. The handle turned once, testing, then silence. They were deciding whether to push through or retreat. Minutes stretched. The building's main security alarm began to escalate, a louder tone now accompanied by automated announcements from the lobby level far below. Police would be dispatched automatically once a critical infrastructure alarm tripped. Without authorization, the footsteps retreated. I waited anyway. I didn't trust the quiet. After what felt like an hour but was probably less than 5 minutes, I heard heavier steps in the corridor and the distinct crackle of a police radio. A firm knock on the electrical room door followed, accompanied by an authoritative voice, identifying themselves. I didn't move at first. My muscles had locked. When I finally stood, my legs trembled. I opened the door slowly and stepped into the hallway with my hands visible. 2 officers moved past me immediately toward the server wing. More followed. One stayed back and asked quick, clipped questions while glancing over my shoulder. I told him about the rack, the vent, Marcus. My words came out uneven but coherent. He nodded and relayed information into his radio. They found Marcus still breathing behind the unauthorized cabinet. The vent was empty. By the time dawn filtered faintly through the narrow windows at the end of the corridor, the building was swarming with investigators. The unauthorized rack had been disconnected and rolled away on a dolly. The ceiling panel was removed, exposing the duck's path across the blind spots of every camera on the floor. My predictable Tuesday routine had been mapped and exploited. The criminals had used the 5-minute quiet gap when I left the wing to move in and out undetected. Tonight, because I chose to reverse my path over something as trivial as a coffee stain, I collided with their schedule. Marcus regained consciousness in the ambulance bay just before sunrise. He had interrupted them by accident and paid for it with a concussion. I gave my statement 3 times before they let me leave. When I finally walked back into the server wing under police escort, the space looked smaller. The symmetry was broken. Where the unauthorized rack had stood, leaving scuffed tiles and a faint outline in dust, the hum was gone. Only the sanctioned cabinets remained, blinking in orderly green rows. I resumed my routine weeks later, after audits and upgrades and new camera placements. The company rotated my schedule, changed the timing of generator checks, added random patrols. They told me it was safer now, but every Tuesday, when the hour slips past midnight and the server room settles into its mechanical breathing, I still hear that thinner hum in my memory and see the dark rectangle at the end of row C where something didn't belong, and I still check that wall before anything else, staring at the blank space where the extra rack once stood, half expecting to see it there again, humming softly in the cold white light of the server wing. I knew the hospital wasn't as abandoned as the city claimed the moment I saw light bleeding through a 3rd-floor window. The rest of the building sat in darkness, a hulking slab of concrete and busted glass at the end of a dead service road. The wind pushed loose trash along the curb, and rain from earlier in the evening still clung to the cracked asphalt. I had been inside plenty of condemned places at night, factories, schools, a half-collapsed mall, and I knew the difference between moonlight and electricity. This was electricity, steady, white, intentional. I told myself it was probably squatters with a generator. That was easier to believe than the alternative. Urban exploration is mostly patience and planning. You study access points. You learn how to move without disturbing what's already decaying. You treat buildings like crime scenes frozen in time. I had researched this hospital for weeks, decommissioned 8 years ago after funding cuts. No private security contract listed. Utilities officially disconnected. The power grid maps I checked showed the building marked inactive. Still, that window was lit. I entered through a loading dock at the rear, where the roll-up door had been forced years ago and never repaired. The smell hit first. Wet plaster, rust, something faintly medicinal that had seeped into the walls and refused to leave. My flashlight beam cut across overturned gurneys and a nurse's station stripped of anything valuable. The place felt hollow, not haunted, just empty. I moved slowly toward the stairwell. My boots echoed more than I liked. Rain ticked against broken panes somewhere above. I kept thinking about that one illuminated window and how clean the light had looked compared to the rest of the rot. The stairwell walls were tagged with graffiti, layers of it, years old. Dust lay undisturbed on the steps. No fresh footprints except my own. On the 3rd floor, the air changed. It wasn't warmer, exactly. It was circulated. I could feel the faintest movement against my face, like air pushing through vents that were supposed to be dead. The corridor ahead was pitch black, except for a rectangle of brightness spilling from a half-closed door at the far end. I killed my flashlight. The light from that room was enough to see by. Fluorescent, clinical. It hummed faintly. Every other door along the hallway hung open, revealing gutted patient rooms, rusted bed frames, ceiling tiles collapsed inward. But that one door was different. The paint on it looked less chipped. The metal handle wasn't oxidized. I approached it with my camera rolling. The room inside looked operational. Not restored. Operational. The overhead lights were fully powered. A wall monitor displayed a hospital logo screensaver, drifting across a blue background. A desk in the corner held a computer tower with a green indicator light glowing steadily. The tile floor had been mopped recently. I could see faint streak patterns. There was no dust. I stepped inside and scanned for extension cords, generators, anything that would explain how this room had power when the rest of the building didn't. I found none. The ceiling vents were intact here, not sagging like the others. The computer monitor was on, not just powered active. It wasn't displaying a hospital system. It wasn't locked behind some administrator login. It was open to a social media page. My social media page. My profile picture filled the top corner of the screen. My name sat bold and unmistakable above a list of recent posts. The last thing I had uploaded, a photo of an abandoned water treatment plant from 3 nights ago, was visible, complete with the caption and comments. My stomach tightened so hard it felt like I'd been punched. I moved closer, certain I was misreading it. Maybe someone had searched my name. Maybe it was cached content. The page refreshed on its own. A notification popped up in the corner. A private message request. The sender name was blank. Just a gray silhouette icon. The cursor moved. I wasn't touching the keyboard. I wasn't near the mouse. The cursor drifted across the screen and clicked the message. And the chat window opened. There was only one line of text. Glad you made it. My chest felt hollow. I spun toward the door. It slammed shut. The sound was violent and final. Metal against frame, echoing down the corridor. A split second later, I heard the distinct mechanical thunk of a lock engaging. I crossed the room in 3 strides and grabbed the handle. It wouldn't turn. I shoved my shoulder into the door. Solid, no give. My breathing got loud in my own ears. This wasn't squatters. This was arranged. I forced myself to slow down and think. Panic burns oxygen. Panic wastes time. I checked my phone. No signal. That wasn't unusual inside concrete buildings, but the timing felt deliberate. Behind me, the computer chimed again. Another message. You've been easy to follow. Images began attaching themselves in the chat window. Thumbnails. My past explorations. A factory in winter. A derelict church basement. The parking garage where I'd almost been caught by security. Some of the photos weren't ones I had posted. They were angles I had never seen. Shots of me from a distance. Taken through broken windows. Or from across streets. Me climbing fences. Me checking doors. My skin prickled. Someone had been documenting me documenting places. The overhead lights flickered once, then steady. The vent above the computer desk rattled softly as air pushed through. I scanned the room for cameras, and found one in the upper corner, half hidden behind a smoke detector casing. A tiny red LED glowed. Who's in here? My voice sounded small against the sterile walls. No answer. Funny thing I just stealthed to answer. Murray Gwen the water no and night. The chat window updated. Turn around. I didn't want to. I did. The wall opposite the desk, which I had barely registered before, held a large observation window. It looked like a one-way mirror set into the drywall. From my side, it was just dark glass. I stepped closer, trying to see past my own reflection in the bright room. For a moment, I thought I saw movement on the other side. A shift in shadow. Then the lights in my room snapped off. Total darkness swallowed me, broken only by the pale glow of the computer monitor. My reflection vanished from the glass. In its place, the other side of the observation window lit up. Another room. Similar size. Also operational. And in it stood a chair facing the glass. Empty. The overhead light in that room buzzed softly. The computer behind me chimed again. I didn't look at it. A new sound cut through the silence. Footsteps. In the hallway outside the locked door. Slow. Measured. Not rushing. They stopped just outside. The handle rattled once, as if tested. Then stillness. The vent above me clanged. Metal flexing. Air pressure shifted. I could feel it on the back of my neck. I grabbed my flashlight from the floor where I'd dropped it and angled the beam toward the ceiling. The vent cover was loose on one side. Screws missing. The footsteps outside resumed, moving away down the hall. This was the trap. The powered room. The logged-in account. The messages timed to my arrival. Whoever set this up knew I would investigate the light. Knew curiosity would override caution. Knew me. The vent cover gave under pressure when I climbed onto the desk and shoved it upward. It scraped loudly against the duct frame as I forced my shoulders through the opening. Dust coated my hands, thick and undisturbed beyond the first few inches. No recent crawl marks. If someone wanted me in here, they hadn't needed to use the vents. I dragged myself fully inside and pulled the vent cover back into place as best I could. Below me, the computer chimed again. Then the overhead lights in the observation room across the glass went dark. The duct was narrow and choked with insulation. I moved forward on my elbows, pushing with my toes, the metal flexing faintly beneath my weight. Every scrape sounded amplified. Halfway through the crawl, the air behind me shifted again. A metallic bang echoed from the room I'd left. Then, another. The sound of something heavy striking the vent opening. I moved faster. The duct angled downward unexpectedly, and I slid, catching myself before I hit a junction box. My flashlight beam jittered across a vertical shaft that dropped to a lower level. Faint light seeped up from below. Not fluorescent this time, but the weak glow of an exit sign. I lowered myself carefully, boots finding purchase against the narrow sides of the shaft. The metal groaned. For a second I thought it would give way entirely. It didn't. I dropped the last few feet into another corridor. This one dark and stripped like the rest of the hospital. No power here, no hum of air circulation. Just silence and the distant drip of water. Behind me, far above, something scraped inside the duct. I didn't wait. I ran. Down a stairwell, through the gutted lobby, past the broken reception desk where old appointment cards still lay scattered like dead leaves. The loading dock door was still open, rain-damp air pouring in. I didn't stop until I was across the service road and inside my car with the doors locked. My phone regained signal almost immediately. A notification buzzed. One final message. No other way out. I looked back at the hospital's third floor. The window that had drawn me in was dark now. Completely, I reported nothing. I uploaded nothing. I scrubbed my accounts, changed passwords, shut down the channel for weeks. I told myself it had been an elaborate prank, a tech-savvy squatter, someone who liked control more than confrontation. But I can't explain how they logged into my account without triggering security alerts. I can't explain the photos taken from angles I never noticed. I can't explain how that single room had power when the city grid said it shouldn't. Last night, months later, I was reviewing old footage I never posted. At the very end of the clip from the hospital, just before the door slammed, the camera tilts slightly toward the observation window. For a fraction of a second, before the lights cut out, the chair on the other side isn't empty. Someone is sitting there, watching me, and the reflection in the glass isn't mine. I found the first photo tucked under my windshield wiper at 7 in the morning. The paper still cool and slightly curled from the night air. I remember thinking it was a parking ticket until I saw the white border and the square of color in the center. It was my bedroom, my bed, and me, asleep on my side with the sheet pulled up to my shoulder. The angle was wrong for a window shot. It was taken from inside the room near the foot of the bed, slightly elevated as if someone had leaned over my dresser. I stood there in my driveway, bathrobe open to the cold, staring at proof that a stranger had been close enough to hear me breathe. I live alone in a small rental house in a quiet residential neighborhood. Single story, narrow driveway, chain link fence around the backyard. The kind of place where you recognize the rhythm of your neighbor's sprinklers and the sound of the mail truck's brakes. I have always been careful. I lock doors automatically. I check windows before bed. I keep a porch light on. I went back inside and walked straight to the bedroom. The window above my bed was still locked. The blinds were down. The dresser at the foot of the bed stood where it always had. Nothing disturbed. My laundry basket sat in the corner. The hallway carpet showed no footprints, no mud, no sign of anything unusual. The photo showed details I couldn't ignore. The small tear in my fitted sheet near my ankle. The stack of unread mail on my nightstand. The faint blue glow of my phone charging. It wasn't an old picture. It was from the night before. I called in sick to work. My hands shook too badly to hold my phone steady. I searched every room methodically, starting with the closets. I checked under the bed, behind the shower curtain, inside the kitchen cabinets. I opened the attic hatch in the hallway ceiling and shone a flashlight up into the insulation and beams. Nothing. No displaced dust. No crushed fiberglass. The doors had been locked. I was certain of it. I have a routine. Front door deadbolt, back door knob and chain. Windows latched. I even jiggle the handles before turning off the lights. I took the photo to the local police station that afternoon. The officer at the front desk studied it longer than I expected. He asked if I had an ex-partner, a recent dispute, anyone with a key. I told him no. I've never given a spare to anyone. I've never had a roommate here. They sent a patrol car to drive by that night. They told me to change my locks and consider installing cameras. I did both the next day. I left work early and hired a locksmith to replace every lock on the house. New deadbolts, reinforced strike plates. I bought 2 motion sensor cameras and mounted them myself. One facing the front door, one covering the backyard. I changed my Wi-Fi password and updated the firmware. I set alerts to go straight to my phone. That night, I barely slept. Every creak of the house felt deliberate. The refrigerator motor kicked on, and I flinched. The heater rattled, and I sat upright in bed, staring at the door. I kept the bedside lamp on until after midnight. When I finally turned it off, I lay awake in the dark, listening. In the morning, there were no alerts on my phone, no motion detected, no missed notifications. I let myself breathe. The second photo was on my kitchen counter. I saw it the moment I walked in from the driveway, after checking the mailbox. It sat squarely in the center of the counter, aligned with the edge as if carefully placed. I knew I hadn't left anything there. I keep my counters clear. The image showed me asleep again. Same bed, same angle, but this time the lamp on my nightstand was on, casting a yellow halo across the pillow. My face was turned slightly toward the camera. My mouth was open. The timestamp on my phone said I had been in the house all night. The new locks had clicked shut behind me. The cameras had sent no alerts. The footage from both angles showed nothing but empty yard and quiet street. I replayed the recordings over and over, scrubbing through the timeline. No shadows crossing the porch. No doors opening. No distortion or static. Just hours of nothing. The realization settled slowly and heavily. Whoever took the second photo had been inside while I was home. After I changed the locks, I checked the doors again. The deadbolts were intact. The window latches were secure. The attic hatch was closed. I called the police a second time. 2 officers came. They walked through the house with me, their boots leaving faint impressions in the carpet pile. They examined the locks and asked about crawl spaces. There's a small access door in the back closet that leads under the house. We opened it together. The space beneath was tight and dusty with exposed pipes and dirt. No footprints, no food wrappers, no bedding. One officer suggested it might be someone I knew, someone with access before the lock change. He asked if I could have sleepwalked and staged it. I told him I've never sleepwalked in my life. I showed him the first photo again, the one found on the windshield before I replaced the locks. They dusted the kitchen counter and my bedroom dresser. They found partial prints, but most belonged to me. They bagged the photos as evidence. Before leaving, they recommended I stay with a friend for a few days. I don't have close family nearby. Most of my friends live across town. I packed an overnight bag and drove to a coworker's apartment that evening. I didn't tell her the full story. I said I was dealing with a break-in scare. I lay on her couch that night, staring at a ceiling I didn't recognize. I expected to feel safer away from my house. Instead, I felt exposed in a new way. If someone had been inside my home while I slept, what stopped them from following me? The next morning, I returned to my house with one of the officers to collect more clothes. The front door was locked. The alarm on the camera system showed no notifications. Inside, the air felt stale. My bedroom door was closed. I always leave it open. The officer walked ahead of me and pushed it open. The bed was neatly made. I hadn't made it before leaving the day before. The sheets were smooth flat. The pillows were centered. On top of the pillow where my head usually rests was another Polaroid. This one wasn't of me sleeping. It was of me standing in the kitchen the previous afternoon, holding the second photo in my hand. My face was pale, my shoulders tense. The angle was from the hallway leading to the bedrooms, taken at chest height, close enough to capture the lines under my eyes. I felt my knees buckle. The officer caught my elbow before I hit the floor. Hand spamp embedded in the bottom corner was from a time when I was on the phone with the police, pacing between the kitchen and living room. He radioed for backup. Within minutes, more patrol cars lined the street. Neighbors gathered on sidewalks, pretending to check their mail or water their lawns. I saw curtains twitch across the way. The officers conducted a full sweep. They checked the attic again, the crawl space, the closets. They removed vent covers to inspect the ducts. They brought in a canine unit. The dog sniffed through every room, tail stiff, nose low. It found nothing. One officer pointed out something I had missed. The smoke detector in the hallway was slightly askew. He twisted it down. Inside, behind the battery compartment, was a small cavity. It was empty, but the dust ring suggested something had been there recently. They checked the other detectors. 2 more showed similar signs. Someone had been inside long enough to install and remove something. Cameras, maybe. Listening devices. The officers looked at me differently after that, not with doubt, but with a kind of urgency. They told me I couldn't stay there. Not until they understood how someone was accessing the house without triggering locks or cameras. They recommended a temporary evacuation while detectives pursued the case. I stood in my bedroom doorway while they photographed the space. My dresser, my bed, the pillow with the 3rd photo sealed in an evidence bag. Everything looked ordinary. That was the worst part. The walls were the same neutral beige. The carpet had the same worn path from the door to the bed. The faint hum of the refrigerator carried down the hall. I tried to map out every possibility in my head. Hidden entry points, duplicate keys, faulty locks, a person living somewhere in the walls. Each idea felt desperate. There were no signs of forced entry, no broken seals, no displaced insulation. The stalker had adapted to every measure I took. New locks, cameras, police presence. Each step I made to protect myself had been observed and countered. As I packed a suitcase under an officer's supervision, I felt like a visitor in my own home. I avoided touching surfaces unnecessarily. I avoided looking into mirrors. On my way out, I paused at the front door and looked back down the hallway. The light from the open door stretched across the floorboards. The house was silent. It no longer felt like a place I could defend. The police escorted me to my car and followed me as I drove away. In the rearview mirror, I watched my house shrink at the end of the street. Another modest structure among many. Nothing about it suggested intrusion or threat. Detectives told me later they were investigating possible surveillance devices and unauthorized entry methods. They collected the smoke detectors, the photos, and my security equipment. They advised me not to return until they cleared it. I have not been back since. I sleep now in borrowed rooms, under different ceilings, but I don't close my eyes without seeing those images. Me, unaware. Me, vulnerable in the only place I thought was controlled. The worst part isn't that someone got inside, it's that they did it repeatedly, quietly, with planning. They stood at the foot of my bed long enough to frame a shot. They moved through my kitchen while I was home and awake. They adjusted my smoke detectors and made my bed. They understood my routines. They anticipated my reactions. And somewhere, they still have access to a vantage point I haven't discovered, a method the police haven't named. The house remains taped off, lights off, windows dark. When I picture it now, I don't see the exterior or the street. I see the view from inside my bedroom, angled slightly downward, centered on the place where I used to sleep, as if someone is still standing there waiting for me to come back. I knew something was wrong the moment I saw the white through the trees. We were 6 miles from the nearest trailhead, moving through a section of national forest that most hikers avoided, because it required a long, uneven climb and a stretch of deadfall that forced you to slow to a crawl. I had hiked that region for years. I knew where the old logging roads faded into deer paths, and where the map lines lied about the grade. There shouldn't have been anything white out there except birch bark or the sun flashing off a rock, but this was flat white, geometric, a plane where no plane belonged. We had cut off the marked trail after lunch, angling toward a creek I liked to visit in late summer when the water ran low and clear. The forest was dense with hemlock and pine, their branches knitting together high enough to thin the afternoon light into something green and underwater. The air was still. No wind, no birds, just the dry scuff of our boots and the steady rasp of breath. I stepped over a moss log and the trees opened into a small clearing I had never seen before. In the center of it sat a dining table. Not a picnic table, not a rough plank thrown across stumps. A dining table with carved legs and a long white tablecloth that reached almost to the ground. 6 wooden chairs were set evenly around it, pushed in neatly. On the table were plates, silverware, folded linen napkins, steam rows and thin wavering threads from covered dishes. For a second I thought we had stumbled onto some kind of staged event, maybe a wilderness elopement or an art project. But there were no vehicles, no generator hum, no voices drifting from a nearby campsite. The clearing was ringed tight with trees. We had bushwhacked through brambles to get there. There was no path leading in. The steam was real. It curled and vanished in the filtered light. One of the others moved up beside me, then stopped so abruptly that his shoulder bumped mine. No one spoke. The silence felt thick as if we had stepped into a room where a conversation had just been cut off. I walked forward before I could talk myself out of it. Experience teaches you to read the forest the way you read a face. Broken branches, scuffed soil, the faint shine where bark has been scraped. I looked for signs of recent activity. The ground around the table was undisturbed. No tire tracks, no boot prints. The pine needles lay smooth and unbroken, except for the shallow depressions where the table and chairs rested. Even those depressions looked wrong, as if the furniture had been pressed down from above, rather than carried and set. I reached the edge of the table and stopped. The plates were porcelain, rimmed in blue. The silverware was heavy, polished. In the center sat a roast on a platter, its surface browned and split, juices collecting in a shallow pool. Beside it were bowls of potatoes slick with butter, green beans, a basket of sliced bread wrapped in a cloth. Everything looked freshly prepared. The steam drifting up carried the smell of salt and fat and rosemary. My stomach turned over, not from hunger but from the collision of it all. A home-cooked meal, laid out perfectly, in a place where the nearest kitchen was miles away and downhill. One of the groups circled wide, scanning the tree line. Another crouched to examine the ground. We were all experienced enough to default to assessment instead of panic. We had seen strange things in the woods before. Abandoned camps, forgotten gear, the occasional odd shrine of rocks and feathers left by someone with more imagination than sense. This was different. I leaned in slightly, careful not to touch anything. The tablecloth was clean, no stains or wrinkles. The napkins were folded into simple rectangles. The chairs were evenly spaced, each one aligned with a plate as if measured. It looked like someone had stepped away seconds before we arrived. A sound moved through the trees. At first I thought it was wind, but the air was still. The sound came again, low and layered, like several voices speaking at once but too far away to distinguish words. It rose and fell in a rhythm that didn't match any bird call I knew. We all turned toward it in the same instant. The whispering seemed to circle the clearing without changing distance, as if it were traveling along the tree line. I tried to pick out direction, to anchor it to a specific trunk or shadow, but it slipped whenever I focused. The tone was soft, almost conversational. Not urgent, not angry, just present. No one stepped out from between the trees. I forced myself to breathe slowly and listen. My rational mind offered explanations. Wind slipping through needles high above. A distant group of hikers carried strangely by the terrain. The layered echo of our own movements bouncing back at us. But the sound didn't respond to our shifts. It moved independently, steady and synchronized. I glanced at the others. Their faces had gone pale beneath the sweat and dirt. One of them reached toward a plate, as if to test whether it was an illusion. I caught his wrist before his fingers made contact. The porcelain was close enough that I could see a faint reflection of my hand in it. The steam from the roast drifted across his knuckles. The whispering swelled. Not louder, but denser. It felt closer to the ground now. Threading through the underbrush, I became acutely aware of how exposed we were. The clearing offered no cover. From the trees, anyone could watch us without being seen. The domestic neatness of the table made the forest feel hostile by contrast. The chairs waited, patient and symmetrical, as if we were late to something. The smell of food thickened in the warm air. I noticed then that there were 6 place settings. There were 6 of us. No one had counted out loud. No one needed to. The realization settled like a weight. It could have been coincidence, a standard table arrangement. 6 chairs is common, but the alignment of it, the distance between each plate, the careful spacing felt specific. The whispering shifted again. For a brief moment, I thought I heard my name inside it, stretched thin and layered with other sounds. I told myself it was pattern recognition, the brain forcing meaning onto noise. I have always trusted observable facts over impressions. The fact was this: there was a table in a clearing where no table should be, with hot food and no source. Another fact: we were standing still in the open. That was a mistake. The forest had gone unnaturally quiet. Even insects seemed absent. The only movement was the faint curl of steam and the almost imperceptible tremor of the tablecloth at its edges. Though the air remained dead, I stepped back. The whispering followed the motion, sliding along the perimeter of the clearing, keeping pace. Not chasing, not retreating, just matching. My pulse thudded hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. I scanned the tree line again, slower this time, looking for the simplest explanation. Hidden speakers, a prank, a film crew tucked behind camo netting. But the trees stood bare of anything artificial. No glint of metal, no lens. The roast on the platter shifted. It was subtle, a slight settling as if someone had pressed a fork into it and released a bead of juice rolled down its side and fell onto the white cloth, blooming red against the fabric. No one had touched it. That was enough. We did not run at first. We backed away in a tight cluster, eyes on the clearing. The whispering thin, stretching out as we retreated. The chairs remained empty. The steam continued to rise, steady and patient. At the edge of the trees, I turned. We ran. Branches snapped against our arms. Pine needles slid under our boots. We did not follow the route we had planned. We angled downhill, aiming for the creek and the broader trail beyond it. The forest, which had always felt familiar to me, now seemed rearranged, each shadow deeper, each trunk a possible obstruction. The whispering came with us. It did not grow louder. It did not fade. It kept the same distance, threading through the trees on either side, never directly behind, never ahead, just alongside. For a moment, as we vaulted a fallen log, it seemed to rise higher, as if climbing the trunks and looking down. My lungs burned. My legs pumped on instinct. No one spoke. There was no need to confirm what we all understood. We were not staying to investigate. The ground sloped sharply, and we half slid, half ran toward the sound of water. The creek appeared through the trees in a flash of reflected light. We splashed through without slowing, boots soaking, cold water biting at our ankles. On the far bank, the whispering stopped. Not faded, stopped. The sudden absence was almost as jarring as the sound itself. We stumbled up the opposite side and kept moving, not trusting the quiet. Only when the familiar blaze marks of the main trail came into view did we slow to a walk. The forest noise returned gradually, a bird calling once, then again, the faint hum of insects, wind moving through higher branches. We did not look back. And by the time we reached the trailhead, the sun was lower, the afternoon tipping toward evening. Other cars were parked there. A couple unloading gear glanced at us, probably noticing the way we kept scanning the tree line. None of us suggested going back. I have hiked that forest since, but never in that direction. I checked maps later, satellite images, old survey records. There is no marked clearing where we were. No structure listed. No history of cabins or installations in that quadrant. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I see the table exactly as it was. Cloth smooth, chairs aligned, steam lifting in quiet threads. I think about the red bloom on white fabric and the way the place settings matched our number without error. What unsettles me most is not the whispering or the impossible meal. It is the order of it, the care. The sense that we arrived precisely when expected, interrupting something arranged for us in a pocket of woods that had no reason to contain a dining room. Out there, miles from the nearest kitchen, a table is still set in a clearing that does not exist on any map I own. The white cloth waiting without a single wrinkle. I first noticed the locker because the metal door wasn't sitting flush with the frame. On night shift, you learn the sound and shape of everything. The conveyor belts hum in a steady register. The pallet jacks clatter in a rhythm you can follow blindfolded. Even the lockers in the break room line up in a straight dented row like tired soldiers. So when mine looked slightly bowed at the top left corner, I felt it before I understood it. I'm the warehouse supervisor for the overnight crew. I do inventory counts, sign off on incoming freight, handle scheduling problems when someone doesn't show. I keep the place moving between midnight and 6. That locker held the usual things: a spare flashlight, my thermos, a folded copy of the week's shipping manifests, and a photo of my wife and daughter from a beach trip last summer. I kept the photo taped inside the door, so I'd see it when I grabbed my jacket. The padlock wasn't broken, it was latched. But when I opened it, the hasp slipped free too easily, like someone had already tested it. Inside, nothing looked disturbed. I told myself it was the metal expanding and contracting. The warehouse cools down after the day shift leaves. It heats up again when the loading bays open. Metal shifts, hinges settle. I shut it and went back to the floor. The next Tuesday, it happened again. Same slight bow in the door. Same subtle looseness in the lock. This time, my thermos was turned 90 degrees from how I usually left it. I'm particular about small things. I line my flashlight parallel to the shelf edge. I fold the manifests in half, crease outward. The thermos always sat cat-facing left. That night, it faced right. I stood there longer than I should have, staring at a stainless steel cylinder. There are cameras in the hall outside the break room, but not inside. Company policy, privacy concerns. The only people with keys to the lockers are the employees who rent them. Mine had a personal padlock. No one should have been able to get in without cutting it. I checked the shackle carefully. No nicks, no scratch marks. I ran my thumb along the curve, felt the cold metal bite into my skin. I didn't report it. Supervisors don't like admitting they feel targeted. It creates panic. It suggests you don't have control. On the third Tuesday, the change wasn't subtle. The photo was still taped to the inside of the door, but the faces were scratched out, not ripped, not removed, carefully scratched. My wife's smile had been carved over with fine, deliberate lines. My daughter's eyes were gone under cross-hatching that looked almost patient. The rest of the image was untouched. The blue water, the white sand, my own arm around them, only their faces. I remember pressing the pad of my thumb over the scratches, as if I could smooth them back into place. The paper had been gouged hard enough to raise fibers. That was the first time I felt something close to fear. It wasn't random vandalism, it was a message. We had let a guy go 6 weeks earlier, Darren Pike. He'd been a forklift operator on nights. Good driver, fast hands, but he had a temper that ran ahead of him. He'd nearly clipped a temp worker with a load of shrink-wrap televisions and then blamed the temp for walking too close. We pulled the footage. It was clear. I wrote him up. He slammed his badge on my desk and told me I'd regret it. He thought I had it out for him. The truth was simpler. I don't tolerate shortcuts with heavy machinery. People get crushed that way. He was terminated the following week after another incident. Security escorted him out. He didn't look at me when he left, but his jaw was tight enough to crack teeth. On the fourth Tuesday, I came in early and waited in my car across from the loading dock. The warehouse sits in an industrial strip. concrete and corrugated steel under tall sodium lights. At night, the place looks abandoned except for the glow from the high windows and the occasional trailer backing into a bay. That evening, a cold drizzle slicked the asphalt and made the lights smear in yellow streaks. I watched the side entrance. Employees badge in there after 10. Darren's access card should have been deactivated. At 11:07 p.m., I saw a figure cut between the dumpsters and the wall. Hood up, hands in pockets. He didn't badge in. He slipped around the corner toward the emergency exit. The emergency exits trigger an alarm if opened from the outside, but if you prop them from the inside, they'll close quietly. My stomach dropped. I waited 30 seconds, then went in through the main doors like normal. I greeted the crew. I did a quick walk of the floor. Everything ran smooth. No sign of anything off. When I stepped into the break room, the air felt different. Stale. Closed. My locker door was open. Inside, the flashlight was gone. In its place sat another flashlight. Same brand, same model, but the rubber grip was peeled back slightly at the base. Exposing the seam, I unscrewed the cap. The batteries inside were dead. I took it to my desk and compared it to mine from home the next night. Identical down to the serial number placement. Whoever did this had gone out of their way to match it. The escalation was deliberate. Start small. Move to personal. Replace something functional with something useless. I called security. We have 2 guards overnight. Both older guys who mostly monitor screens and do perimeter walks. I told them I suspected someone was getting in after hours. I didn't say Darren's name at first. I wanted to see if they'd noticed anything. One of them admitted that 2 weeks ago, a door sensor on the east exit had glitched around 10:45 p.m. It showed open for 3 seconds, then closed. They chalked it up to a faulty magnet. 3 seconds is long enough for someone to slip through. The following Tuesday, I changed tactics. I left the scratched photo in place. I added something else to the locker. A folded sheet of paper with my name written across it in thick black marker. Inside I wrote, "I know." I positioned the paper so it would fall when the door opened. Then I went about my shift like nothing was wrong. Around 2:15 a.m., one of the line leads came to tell me the shrink wrap machine had jammed. I walked out to the floor, helped clear it, signed off on the restart. Routine. I kept my eyes moving toward the hallway that led to the break room. At 3:02 a.m., the east exit alarm chirped once on the security panel and went silent. I didn't run. Running alerts people. I walked fast. The hallway lights buzzed faintly overhead. The break room door was closed. I pushed it open. He was crouched in front of my locker. My paper unfolded in his hand. Darren looked thinner than I remembered. His beard had grown out unevenly. His eyes flicked up at me, and for a second neither of us moved. There was no mask. No attempt to hide. He stood slowly, crumpling the paper. He said I thought I was better than him, that I humiliated him in front of the crew, that I cost him his job. I told him he cost himself his job. I kept my voice steady. I was aware of the metal table at my back and the distance to the door. He was between me and the lockers. He took a step forward. I saw then that my original flashlight was in his jacket pocket. The rubber grip on the replacement had been peeled to match a small tear on mine. The pranks weren't random. They were rehearsals. He said he just wanted me to feel watched, to wonder what would change next. He said it wasn't enough. That was when he lunged. It wasn't cinematic. It was clumsy and close. He grabbed at my collar, and we both slammed into the lockers. Metal rang down the row. My shoulder took the impact. I smelled old coffee and sweat. I shoved him back hard enough to create space and hit the red panic button mounted by the vending machine. It sends a direct alert to security. He swung once, a wild arc that glanced off my cheek. Then the guards were in the doorway, shouting for him to get on the ground. He hesitated just long enough to consider running. But there's nowhere to run in a sealed warehouse at 3 a.m. They had him face down on the tile within seconds. As they cuffed him, I saw his eyes drift to the scratched photo still taped inside my locker. There was something empty in that look. Not rage, not triumph, Just a kind of hollow calculation that had run out of numbers. Police came. Statements were taken. The footage from the hallway showed him slipping in through the propped exit, multiple Tuesdays in a row. He had hidden in the bathroom until the floor noise peaked, then worked quickly at my locker with a thin piece of metal he'd shaped into a makeshift shim. He admitted to replacing the flashlight and scratching the photo. He said he wanted to build up to something bigger, something that would make me understand. He didn't get the chance. At Wake, Human Resources asked me to write a formal account. I documented every date, every small change, every escalation. At the bottom of the report, I attached the internal reference code the system generated. They upgraded the door sensors. They added a camera in the break room hallway, angled to catch the lockers without invading privacy. Darren was charged with trespassing and assault. The following Tuesday came and went without incident. I replaced the photo with a new print. Same beach, same smiles. I didn't scratch out the old one or throw it away. I sealed it in an envelope and put it in a drawer at home. A reminder. What unsettles me isn't the fight. It isn't even the idea that someone hid 10 yards from me while I signed off on freight. It's the patience. The way he chose Tuesdays. The way he mirrored my flashlight down to the seam in the grip. The way he studied my habits closely enough to shift a thermos and know I'd noticed in a warehouse, everything runs on patterns. Shipments arrive on schedule. Breaks happen at set times. Machines cycle predictably. I've built my job around enforcing that order. Now every Tuesday night, I still check the line of lockers before I start my rounds. I run my hand along the metal doors. I test the padlock once, twice. I look at the photo. The metal sits flush with the frame. The lock holds firm. But sometimes, when the conveyors hit a certain pitch and the building hums just right, I remember how easy it was for someone to stand in the dark and watch me move through my routine, waiting for the right moment to step out of it. The first call came in while I was rinsing a coffee mug at my kitchen sink, watching the last of the daylight fade behind the identical roofs across the street. The house was quiet in the way suburban homes get after dinner, when the garage doors are shut and the televisions hum behind curtains. My phone was on the counter beside the stove. It began to vibrate, then ring, the screen lighting up the backsplash in a pale blue glow. The caller ID showed my own name. I remember drying my hands carefully before I touched it, like the extra seconds might correct whatever glitch I was seeing. The number displayed was mine, every digit correct. I even checked the area code, half expecting some small difference. There wasn't one. I let it ring until it stopped. I told myself it was a spoof number. I'd read about that happening. Telemarketers, scammers, robocalls. They could make it look like anything. Still, I stood there longer than I should have, staring at my reflection in the dark microwave door. The second call came less than a minute later. This time I answered. I didn't say hello. I just held the phone to my ear and listened. For a few seconds, there was only the faint, hollow sound of an open line. Then I heard breathing. It wasn't heavy or dramatic. It sounded like someone standing still, holding a phone close to their face. "Who is this?" I asked. Then, a beat later, I heard my own voice ask the same question. Not a recording from years ago. Not some distorted version. It was exactly how I had just sounded, down to the slight rasp in my throat. The timing was off by a second, maybe two, like an echo coming back from a canyon wall. My stomach tightened. I hung up. I stood in the middle of the kitchen, phone in my hand, waiting for it to ring again. When it didn't, I opened my recent calls and stared at the entry. Incoming, my number. Duration 12 seconds. I checked my call history for any outgoing calls at the same time. There were none. I walked through the house, room by room, turning on lights I usually left off. The living room, the hallway, the spare bedroom I used for storage. I opened the front door and stepped onto the porch, scanning the quiet street. A dog barked somewhere down the block. A porch light flicked on across the way. Nothing else looked out of place. When I went back inside, the phone rang again. My number. I answered immediately this time. I said nothing. I moved toward the living room window and looked out between the blinds while I listened. The breathing returned. I tried something different. "I'm not playing this game," I said. A moment later, my voice came back through the speaker. "I'm not playing this game." The delay felt deliberate, measured. I walked to the hallway and spoke again. "If this is some kind of joke, it's not funny." The repetition followed. Same tone, same rhythm. I ended the call and powered the phone off completely. I stood there until the screen went black, then set it on the entryway table like it might explode. For a while, the house was silent. I told myself it had to be a software glitch, some loop in the network. Maybe my phone had been compromised. I turned it back on. As soon as it reconnected to the network, it rang. My number. This time when I answered, I didn't speak at all. I pressed the phone tight against my ear and walked slowly through the house, listening for any sound that matched the breathing on the line. I checked the thermostat, the smoke detectors, the small security camera mounted above my front door that I rarely used. Everything looked normal. I stepped into the kitchen and said quietly, "I'm in the kitchen." The echo came back. "I'm in the kitchen." I felt the air in the room change. Not colder, just heavier. The idea settled in my mind that this wasn't coming from a distant server or a random scammer. Whoever was doing this could hear me in real time. I opened the back door and scanned the yard. The fence line, the darkened windows of the houses behind mine. The wind moved through the trees, carrying the faint smell of cut grass and asphalt cooling from the day's heat. When I went back inside, I did something I should have done earlier. I shut off the Wi-Fi router. The phone dropped its connection to the internet. It still had a cellular signal. I waited. It rang again. "My number," I answered, heart pounding hard enough that I could hear it in my ears. "I turned off the Wi-Fi," I said. The voice repeated it. I turned off the Wi-Fi. The delay was still there. A second, maybe less now. That was when I realized something worse. The repeated words were slightly clearer than my own, as if they were being picked up by a different microphone. Closer, cleaner. I ended the call and walked straight to my home office. I keep a small filing cabinet there, along with a shredder and a drawer full of old electronics. I pulled out an older phone and powered it on. No SIM card, no connection to my account. I used it to call my number. My regular phone began to ring on the desk in the hallway. I watched it light up. Incoming call, unknown. I answered my regular phone and held both devices in front of me. "Test," I said into the old phone. A second later, from my regular phone speaker, I heard my voice say "test." There was no breathing now. No mystery number. The call log showed the incoming call from the old device. I hung up, confused. That made sense. It was just a normal call. Then my regular phone rang again. "Caller ID, my number," I answered. For a moment there was silence. Then, faintly, I heard the word "test." I hadn't said it this time. The realization hit me slowly. The voice wasn't coming through the phone's microphone during the call. It had been recorded earlier and was being played back to me, which meant something in my house was recording me. I felt a flush of heat crawl up my neck. I walked back to the kitchen and stood still, listening to the refrigerator hum, the ticking of the wall clock, the faint creak of the house settling. The phone vibrated in my hand. Another call. I let it go to voicemail. A notification popped up almost immediately. New voicemail. I didn't open it. Instead, I walked to the front door and looked down at the doormat. That's when I noticed the package. It was small, wrapped in plain brown paper. No postage. I was certain it hadn't been there earlier. My porch light cast a dull yellow circle around it. I crouched and picked it up. It was light, maybe the size of a paperback book. My name was written on the top in thick black marker. Inside, there was a box, and inside the box a small decorative clock, the kind you'd put on a desk. Cheap plastic frame, battery compartment on the back. I turned it over. The battery cover was loose. Behind it, instead of a single AA battery, there was a compact circuit board wired to a tiny microphone and a cellular module. A SIM card was slotted into the side. A thin adhesive strip suggested it had been mounted somewhere before. My hand shook as I carried it inside. The phone rang again. I set the clock on the kitchen counter and answered. I didn't speak. For a second, nothing happened. Then I heard the faint scrape of the box against my countertop through the speaker. The sound was live, immediate. Whoever was on the other end was listening to that device. I picked up the clock and walked into the pantry, closing the door behind me. The space was tight, lined with shelves and canned food. I held the device close to my mouth. "You're in my house," I said quietly. On the phone a second later, my voice repeated the words. There was no distortion, no mystery anymore, just confirmation. The panic that followed was sharp and clean. I ended the call, removed the SIM card from the device, and snapped the circuit board in half against the edge of the counter. The plastic casing cracked under my grip. I crushed the microphone between my fingers until the thin wire gave way. The phone rang one last time. I answered, breathing hard. Silence. Then from somewhere in the house, not through the phone but through the air itself, I heard a faint electronic chirp cut off abruptly. The line went dead. I stood there for a long time, the broken pieces of the clock scattered across my kitchen counter, waiting for another sound. None came. Later that night, after I contacted the police and filed a report, I walked through every room again. I checked smoke detectors, vents, light fixtures. I found nothing else. No second device. No hidden cameras. No hidden cameras. The officers told me number spoofing was common. They took the remains of the device and the packaging. They said they'd look into the SIM card. I replaced my router. I changed every password I had. I installed new locks and a doorbell camera that sends alerts to my phone. But some evenings, when the light outside turns the windows into mirrors and the house settles into that same quiet hum, I catch myself speaking less. I hesitate before I move from room to room, aware of how easily my voice can be captured and thrown back at me. The broken clock left a faint scratch on my countertop, where I pressed it down too hard. I haven't sanded it out. It's a thin, pale line in the laminate, just visible when the light hits it right. A reminder of how close someone once was to hearing everything I said. I noticed the sedan behind me because it didn't drift. It held its lane through the long bends of County Road 14, like it was locked to my rear bumper. Headlights steady. No wandering toward the shoulder. No impatience at my speed. Out there, drivers usually float a little. They cut corners. They fade over the line when they think no one's watching. This one stayed centered, deliberate. I checked my mirrors the way other people check their phones. It's a habit from years of driving nights for a regional courier service, running parts between small towns after the warehouses close. You learn patterns. You learn when something doesn't fit. It was past 11, late enough that the farms had gone black. The fields on either side of the highway were flat and open, broken only by fence posts and the occasional stand of trees hunched against the wind. The weather had turned colder after sundown. A dry wind pushed at my car from the west, making the steering wheel hum faintly in my hands. No rain, no fog, just open road and that sedan. At first I told myself it was coincidence. There aren't many routes through that stretch. If you're headed south, you take 14 until it meets the state highway near Mercer. I kept a steady 55, just under the limit. The sedan kept its distance, maybe 4 car lengths back. Not tailgating, not dropping away. I tested it the way I always do when something feels off. At the next crossroads, where a narrow farm road cut east between 2 silos, I signaled and turned. There was no reason for most drivers to take that road unless they lived out there. My delivery had already been made. I had time. The sedan signaled and turned too. That's when the coincidence thinned. The farm road ran straight for a mile, then dipped over a shallow rise. No houses in sight. No porch lights. I watched the headlights crest the hill behind me, unwavering. My pulse didn't spike. It tightened. There's a difference. Panic scatters you. Tight focus sharpens you. I took another turn. this one without signaling, onto a gravel lane that looped back toward the highway. The tires crackled loud in the quiet night. Gravel roads are a good test. Most people avoid them in the dark if they don't know where they lead. The sedan slowed at the intersection, hesitated for half a second, then followed. Its headlights jittered over the washboard surface, but it kept coming. That was the moment I accepted. It wasn't random. Recognizing a pattern early gives you options. That's something I've learned the hard way, from near misses with deer, and one close call with a driver who fell asleep at the wheel. If you wait until you're boxed in, your choices narrow to luck. I didn't intend to rely on luck. The gravel lane curved back toward County 14 and spat me out half a mile north of where I'd turned off. I accelerated smoothly, not fast enough to look spooked, just enough to put a little space between us. The sedan rejoined the highway behind me within seconds. I ran through the map in my head. 10 miles south was Mercer, but that meant another long, dark stretch before I reached the town limits. 3 miles ahead was a gas station at the junction with Route 6. It stayed open all night because of the truck traffic, bright canopy lights, security cameras, a clerk behind the counter. If someone was following me with bad intentions, they'd have to decide whether to show them under fluorescent lights. I kept my speed steady. The sedan did the same. My mind cataloged details without me telling it to. The car was dark, maybe blue or black, mid-size, no visible damage. The headlights were halogen, not the newer white LEDs. I couldn't make out the driver through the glare, but I felt the weight of being watched. I didn't call anyone out there. Reception cuts in and out, and I didn't want to divide my attention. Driving is about managing space and time. I needed both. The gas station sign appeared ahead, a tall rectangle glowing red and white against the dark fields. I felt a small release of tension when I saw it. Not relief, just confirmation that the next step in my plan was real. I signaled well in advance and turned into the station's wide entrance. The lot was mostly empty. One pickup truck idled near the diesel pumps. The store windows were lit, shelves visible inside. I chose a pump closest to the building and pulled in, nose angled slightly toward the exit. The sedan turned in right behind me. It didn't go to a pump. It rolled past my rear bumper and stopped at an angle across the lane, close enough that backing out would have been tight. Not impossible, but tight. The driver had positioned the car so that if I tried to reverse straight back, I'd have to correct sharply. It was subtle but intentional. My pulse steadied again. This was the escalation. Suspicion had become pursuit. I didn't get out. Instead, I locked my doors and shifted into reverse, just enough to make my brake lights flare bright red. The sedan didn't move. Its engine idled, a low vibration I could feel through my own steering wheel. I could see the outline of the driver now. A single figure, head tilted slightly forward. I turned my wheel hard right, then shifted into drive and eased forward, angling toward the narrow gap between the sedan's front bumper and the curb by the convenience store. It was a calculated move. My car is smaller, responsive. I know its turning radius by feel. I practice tight maneuvers in empty lots because you never know when you'll need them. The sedan lurched forward at the same time. The space closed. I accelerated, not flooring it, but committing. My front fender cleared the sedan's bumper by inches. I felt the rush of air as metal passed metal. For a second, I thought I'd misjudged and that we'd scrape. The headlights flared in my side mirror. My heart hit hard against my ribs. There was no room to hesitate. I cut the wheel sharper and pressed the gas. The tires chirped against the concrete. The sedan's horn blared once. A short, angry burst. I didn't look at the driver. I focused on the open lane leading back to Route 6. The exit felt impossibly far away. The pickup by the diesel pumps began to roll, its driver startled by the sudden movement. I threaded between it and the edge of the lot, keeping my speed controlled enough not to lose traction. In the rearview mirror, I saw the sedan trying to reposition, reversing awkwardly to clear the pump island. That half second of planning on my part had cost them a full reposition. Space and time. That's all it takes. I hit the road and turned right toward Mercer instead of back toward the empty highway. Route 6 was wider, with reflective markers and occasional houses set back from the road. I accelerated to the limit and held it there. The sedan shot out of the station behind me, closing the distance fast. This was the climax of it. The moment when decisions either hold or break. My hands felt steady on the wheel. My breathing narrowed to something efficient. I didn't slam the gas. I didn't weave. I drove clean lines. The first set of houses appeared on the right, porch lights glowing faintly. A mile ahead, the road bent left toward the outskirts of town, where a 24-hour grocery store sat under harsh white lights. I aimed for that glow. The sedan stayed with me through the bend, then hesitated as the first traffic signal turned yellow. I didn't speed up to beat it. I braked smoothly and stopped as it went red. The grocery store parking lot was to my immediate right. Without waiting, I turned into it from the stopped position. Using the brake in oncoming traffic that the red light created, the sedan was trapped at the intersection. I drove straight to the front of the store, under the brightest lights, and parked directly in front of the sliding glass doors. People were visible inside, moving between aisles. A security camera hung over the entrance. I kept my engine running and watched the intersection. The light changed. A few cars passed. The sedan did not turn into the lot. Instead, it continued straight through town and disappeared down the road toward the next county. I stayed in my car for several minutes, watching the street, scanning for a return. None came. My hands began to tremble only after the threat was gone. A delayed reaction. I forced myself to breathe slowly and take in the details around me. The hum of the store's refrigeration units, the squeak of a shopping cart, the clean glare of fluorescent light on polished concrete. Eventually, I went inside and bought a bottle of water I didn't need. I stood near the front windows while I paid, making sure the sedan wasn't circling back. It never did. I drove home the long way, sticking to lit roads and passing through the center of town instead of cutting back onto County 14. I checked my mirrors the entire time. Nothing followed. In the days after, I replayed it in my mind, looking for alternate explanations. Maybe the driver thought I'd cut them off earlier. Maybe they were confused by my turns and reacted poorly. But that doesn't account for the angled stop at the gas station. It doesn't explain the way they mirrored each deviation from the main road. What I know is this. Recognizing the pattern early gave me room to maneuver. If I'd dismissed that first turn as coincidence and waited until the sedan tried to block me on a deserted stretch, I would have had fewer options, fewer lights, fewer witnesses. Now, when I drive that road at night, I still check my mirrors. I still test the road if something feels wrong. The fields are the same. The wind still pushes against the car. Most nights the highway is empty, but every time a pair of headlights holds steady behind me, through one turn too many, I feel that old tightening in my chest, and I start planning long before the road runs out, watching the glow of the next town rise against the dark like a line I intend to reach, no matter what follows in my headlights. I first heard the dragging just after midnight, a hard plastic scrape that traveled the length of my hallway and stopped outside my bedroom door. I was at my desk, the only light on in the apartment, watching a build crawl across my monitor. Portland rain pressed against the windows in a steady hiss. My one bedroom was small and predictable, the way I liked it. Couch against the far wall, galley kitchen, narrow hallway leading to the bathroom and bedroom. I could walk it in the dark without touching anything. The sound came again, a slow pull like something heavy being moved inch by inch across laminate, then breathing, thick and wet, not loud but close. I froze with my hands on the keyboard. The heater had been off for hours. The refrigerator was behind me, silent. The building was old, but I knew its noises. Pipes knocked. The upstairs neighbor paced. This was neither. This was deliberate. I waited for it to repeat. It didn't. I told myself it was the rain playing tricks with the acoustics. I'd been working alone for days. My company had gone fully remote. and I rarely left except to grab groceries from the corner market. My life ran on schedules and predictable inputs. I wrote code. I ordered the same Thai takeout on Fridays. I went to bed at 1. I stood and stepped into the hallway, flipping on the light. Nothing. The bathroom door was open the way I'd left it. The bedroom door was half closed. The closet inside was shut. I checked the front door. Deadbolt locked. Chain in place. I went back to my desk and tried to focus, but every few minutes I paused, listening. Around 1:30, I shut everything down and went to bed with the bedroom light on. The next morning, my closet door was open. I keep it closed, always. It's a small space, barely wide enough for hangers and a stack of storage bins. I remember closing it because the hinge squeaks if I don't push it firmly. That squeak is part of my nightly routine. Now it stood open by a few inches. I stared at it from the edge of the bed, trying to recall if I'd grabbed a sweatshirt and forgotten. I hadn't. All my clothes hung in a straight line. The storage bins were undisturbed. I told myself I was misremembering. Lack of sleep. Too much caffeine. I shut it and went to work. That night, the dragging came earlier. 11:47. I know because I checked my phone the second I heard it. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. It was slower this time. Closer to the bedroom than the front door. The breathing followed. Steady and labored. I stood in the hallway with a kitchen knife in my hand, feeling stupid and theatrical. The sound seemed to come from the wall itself, not the floor. From inside it, I pressed my ear to the drywall. Cold paint against skin. Nothing. When I pulled back, I noticed something I hadn't before. A faint scuff mark near the baseboard, just outside the bedroom. A gray streak like rubber had dragged across white paint. I crouched and touched it. It smeared slightly under my thumb. I didn't sleep. The physical signs started small. A spoon in the sink I didn't remember using. The bathroom cabinet door left ajar. Once. A faint smell in the hallway that wasn't mine. Sweat and something sour. The worst was the glass. I keep a single drinking glass on my desk. Heavy, thick bottom. I refill it from the kitchen tap. One afternoon I reached for it and found a crescent of dried residue along the rim. Not mine. I wipe it after every use. The water line sat lower than I'd left it. I stood there holding it, trying to calculate possibilities. Had I absent-mindedly taken a sip and forgotten? Unlikely. My habits are rigid. That's how I manage my work. That's how I manage everything. I installed a security camera that evening. It was an old one I'd used years ago to monitor a storage unit. I mounted it high on the bookshelf in my living room, angled toward the hallway and bedroom door. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't want to be the paranoid tenant who cried intruder without proof. The first 2 nights, nothing happened. I almost felt embarrassed reviewing the footage. Just me moving between rooms, me reheating leftovers, me turning lights off. On the 3rd night, the dragging returned. It woke me at 12:16 a.m. The sound vibrated through the wall behind my bed. A slow, careful movement. Then breathing, right on the other side of the drywall. I slid out of bed and stepped into the hallway. The air felt warmer there. Stale. The closet door inside my bedroom was open again. I didn't remember opening it. I was certain of that now. I walked over and pulled it wide. The back wall of the closet looked normal at first glance. Painted the same dull off-white, but at the lower right corner near the floor, there was a thin vertical seam I'd never noticed, a line no wider than a fingernail, running from the baseboard up about 3 feet. I knelt and pressed against it. The panel shifted inward. Not much, just enough to confirm it wasn't fixed drywall. My heart started beating so hard it blurred my hearing. I backed away slowly, every instinct telling me not to push further alone. I left the apartment and called the police from the parking lot. They arrived within 15 minutes. 2 officers. I explained the sounds, the closet, the glass. I felt ridiculous saying it out loud, but they didn't laugh. They went inside with flashlights and asked me to wait. I watched through the open doorway as they examined the closet. One of them crouched and ran his fingers along the seam. He looked back at his partner and nodded. They pried the panel open. Behind it was a crawl space no wider than a body. Insulation stuffed along the edges. Dust thickened the beam of the flashlight. And inside, pressed against the far end near the corner of my bedroom wall, was a man. He didn't lunge. He didn't shout. He just stared, eyes wide, like an animal caught in a trap. He was thin, layered in dirty clothes. There were empty water bottles beside him, food wrappers, a small flashlight, a backpack. He had been living there. Later, after they took him out in handcuffs, one of the officers explained. The building was nearly a century old. The crawl space ran between units, a forgotten gap from old renovations. The panel in my closet had likely been cut years ago and painted over. The man had accessed it from an empty unit down the hall that was under renovation. He'd been staying there unnoticed. When contractors locked it up at night, he'd retreated into the walls, and at some point he discovered my panel. He'd been entering my apartment when I was gone, using the bathroom, drinking water, moving through my hallway inches from where I slept. The dragging sound was him shifting in the crawl space, repositioning when he heard me. The breathing was exactly what it sounded like. The officers asked how long I thought it had been happening. I counted back through the small anomalies. The glass, the cabinet, the first night of dragging, weeks. My quiet, predictable schedule had made it easy. I left at the same time for groceries. I slept at the same hour. I worked with headphones on. He would have known exactly when to move and when to stay still. The landlord came the next morning, pale and apologetic. He claimed he had no idea the panel existed. He kept repeating that the building was safe. He promised to seal the crawl space and install better locks. I walked him through the apartment, pointing out the scuff mark, the closet scene, the places I'd felt watched without understanding why. He took notes on a clipboard. I noticed his hand shaking. When I reviewed the camera footage from the previous week, I found the moment that ended any doubt. At 2:03 a.m., on a night I'd taken a shower and gone straight to bed. The bedroom door eased open. Just a few inches. Slowly, a hand appeared first. Thin, pale in the infrared light. Then a shoulder. He stepped into the hallway barefoot, moving carefully, listening. He stood there for almost a full minute, staring toward my closed bedroom door. Then he turned and walked into the kitchen. I watched him on the screen the next morning with the sound off, my own recorded breathing faint in the background from the camera mic. He opened the cabinet under the sink. He drank from my glass. He wiped his mouth on the back of his hand. He looked comfortable. He went back into the closet and pulled the panel shut behind him. I saved the clip and sent it to the detective handling the case. He told me they'd found more belongings in the crawl space, signs he'd been moving between other units too. My apartment had just been the most convenient. I packed that afternoon. I didn't wait for repairs. I didn't wait for reassurance. I wrapped my dishes in newspaper, folded my clothes into boxes, and shut the closet door one last time. Before I left, I stood in the hallway with the lights off. The rain had started again, tapping against the windows the same way it had the first night. The apartment looked ordinary, clean, still, but the walls felt thinner than they had before. I moved across the river into a newer building with concrete between units, and no hidden spaces. I installed cameras in every room. I vary my routines now. I leave lights on at random. I check closets twice. Sometimes late at night, I still wake expecting to hear that scrape along the wall. When the building settles or a pipe shifts, my body locks the same way it did in that hallway, listening for breath on the other side of the paint. I used to think my apartment was a sealed box, a private refuge where nothing entered without my permission. Now I know how little drywall and habit actually protect you. I know how easily someone can study your patterns and live in the negative space of your life. The detective gave me a copy of the incident report for my records. I keep it in a folder on my desk, a reminder in plain black text of what shared walls can hide. The file reference code sits at the bottom of the page like a quiet footnote. I don't read it often. I don't need to. Every time I close a closet door, I see that narrow seam in my mind, and imagine it shifting inward, just enough to let someone watch me sleep again. I first noticed him because he waved too much. It was early April in our subdivision on the northwest side of Chicago, the kind of place where the lawns are square and the mailboxes match. I was carrying in a box of client files for my car, still in my office clothes, when the delivery van stopped in front of our house for the third time that week. We hadn't ordered anything. He stepped out with a small padded envelope, smiling like he recognized me from somewhere important, and held the package up as if it were a prize. I work at an insurance office downtown. My days are spreadsheets, claims, and listening to people explain how something went wrong. I'm trained to look for patterns. Losses don't just happen, they build. That week the pattern started with a stranger who knew my name before I offered it. He said he liked our neighborhood, said it was quiet, said it felt safe. I signed for the envelope and told him to have a good day. My daughter's backpack was by the front door. She was in the living room, cross-legged on the rug, doing algebra homework. She glanced up when he waved through the open doorway. I shut the door a little harder than I meant to. Over the next month, he became familiar. Too familiar. The packages kept coming, sometimes addressed to us, sometimes to neighbors. He would linger a second longer than necessary. If I was outside, he'd ask about my garden beds or the cracked flagstone near the porch. If my daughter was in the yard, he'd ask what grade she was in, what school she attended. It was always wrapped in friendliness. He had that service industry warmth, the kind that makes you feel rude for bristling. I told myself I was overreacting. Delivery drivers have routes. They see the same houses every day. Familiarity is part of the job. Then he started showing up when there was nothing to deliver. The first time I saw his van roll slowly past our house at dusk, headlights off for a few seconds before flicking back on. I was at the kitchen sink, rinsing a coffee mug. The sky was bruised purple. My daughter was upstairs FaceTiming a friend. The van idled at the corner, then eased away. I stood there longer than necessary, watching the reflection of our porch light in the window glass. A week later, my neighbor Tom mentioned he'd seen someone walking up our driveway late at night. He works second shift at O'Hare and gets home close to midnight. He said he thought it might have been a lost driver using the turnaround. I didn't tell him I'd heard the side gate latch click around the same time. After that, I started keeping notes. It's what I do at work when a claim feels off. Dates, times, what was said, what was unusual. I wrote down that he complimented the new wind chimes before I'd even hung them up. I wrote down that he asked if my husband was traveling for business. I'm divorced. I'd never told him that. One afternoon in June, I came home early with a migraine. The house was quiet. My daughter was still at school. As I walked up the driveway, I saw him standing across the street leaning against his van, holding his phone chest high. He wasn't pointing it at the sky or at a package. He was pointing it at my house. When he noticed me, he lowered it and smiled. He called out that he was documenting a damaged mailbox on the block. I looked at our mailbox. It was fine. So were the others. I nodded and went inside, but my hands shook as I locked the door. That night, I checked our social media privacy settings. I drove a different route to drop my daughter at her summer tutoring program. I told her to text me the minute she got there and the minute she left. I didn't tell her why. I didn't want to plant fear in her head if I was wrong, but I wasn't wrong. In July, the packages increased again. Small boxes, envelopes, sometimes nothing at all. He would walk up the driveway, glance at the garage windows, and make a small mark in a notebook he kept in his shirt pocket. Once I saw him crouched near the side of the house, as if examining the foundation. When I stepped outside and asked what he was doing, he said he'd dropped a pen. He held it up like proof. I noticed then that his eyes weren't friendly. They were measuring. I called the delivery company's customer service line and filed a complaint. I kept it factual. I said the driver was lingering and making us uncomfortable. They promised to look into it. For a week, a different driver handled our street. Then he was back. August was hot. And still, the cicadas were loud in the evenings. My daughter had started high school volleyball practice, which meant early mornings and late returns. The routine was predictable, too predictable. One Saturday afternoon, Tom knocked on my door. He had his phone in his hand. He said he didn't want to alarm me, but he'd seen the delivery driver taking photos again. This time, not just of the house, of my daughter as she got out of my car. He'd snapped a picture from across the street, pretending to check something on his screen. Tom had taken a photo of him in return. Seeing that image, the driver half-turned, phone angled toward my child, made something in me go cold and clear. Fear turned into a plan. I went to the local police station with my notes, Tom's photo, and the dates. I explained everything from the beginning. The officer at the desk listened without interrupting. He said there wasn't enough yet for charges, but it was enough for a report. He suggested security cameras and extra patrols at night. I installed cameras that weekend. Front door, garage, side gate. I told my daughter they were for package theft. She rolled her eyes but didn't argue. For a few weeks, nothing happened. The van still came, but he didn't linger. He didn't wave. He kept his head down. I almost let myself believe the report had scared him off. The night it happened was in late September. The air had turned crisp. My daughter had gone to bed early after a long practice. I was at the dining table sorting paperwork when my phone buzzed with a motion alert from the side camera. It was 11:57 p.m. The video feed showed a shadow moving along the side of the house. Then his face came into view, washed pale by the infrared light. He was wearing a hoodie, not his uniform. In his hand was a long metal tool, a pry bar. I felt my pulse in my throat. He moved to the garage door first, testing the handle, then wedging the tool near the bottom panel. The metal flexed slightly. He stepped back, looked toward the street, then walked to the side door that led into the mudroom. He crouched and worked the tool near the frame. I called 911 and spoke as evenly as I could. I said there was a man attempting to break into my home. I gave the address. I said I recognized him as our delivery driver. As I was on the phone, headlights swept across our driveway. Tom's pickup truck pulled in hard, tires crunching on gravel. He must have seen the same alert on his own camera or noticed the figure from his window. He got out and shouted. The driver froze. For a split second, he looked up toward my side camera, directly into it. Then he ran. Police cars arrived within minutes, lights strobing blue and red against the siding of our house. They found his van parked 2 streets over. Inside were printed photos of our house, our schedule scribbled in a small notebook, and more pictures taken from angles that made it clear he'd been watching us for months. The officers woke my daughter despite my efforts to keep her asleep. She stood behind me in the living room, wrapped in a blanket as they explained they had him in custody. I felt her fingers grip the back of my shirt. In the days that followed, I gave statements. The company confirmed he'd accessed delivery records beyond his assigned route. The charges included attempted burglary and stalking. I filed for an order of protection. At the hearing, I didn't look at him. I focused on the judge's hands as she flipped through the file. The printed photos, the notes about our comings and goings, the times my daughter left for school, the time I turned off the porch light each night. The order was granted. He lost his job. He was barred from coming within 500 feet of our home, my workplace, or my daughter's school. The patrol car drove past our house more frequently for a while. The subdivision went back to its quiet routines. Lawns got mowed, packages got delivered by someone new. But the feeling of being observed doesn't fade as neatly as paperwork suggests. I still check the cameras before I go to bed. I still vary the route to school sometimes, just to remind myself that patterns can be broken. My daughter laughs about my caution, but she locks the doors without being told now. Some evenings, when the light hits the street just right, I stand at the front window and watch the reflection in the glass. I see our porch, the mailbox, the empty stretch of sidewalk. I think about how easily friendliness can disguise calculation, how routine can hide rehearsal. The last time I saw his face clearly was on that grainy midnight footage, lit by the cold glow of our own security light. His eyes weren't wild or angry, They were focused, intent. I keep that image saved in a folder labeled September. Not to dwell on it, but to remember that the small things matter. The extra wave, the lingering question, the van that passes too slowly. Every night now, before I turn off the lamp by the door, I check the garage handle and the side latch with my own hands. I stand on the porch for a moment and listen to the quiet of our suburban street, to the distant hum of traffic beyond the trees, and I look down the length of my driveway